내외 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 입장하고
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a brief housekeeping announcement to all of the participants who are joining us now. Soon we'll begin the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy opening ceremony and opening session. I'd like to ask all of our participants here today to please come inside and take your seats. Also, I would like to remind you that we are providing simultaneous interpretation services in Korean and English. If you do require these services, please make use of the receivers that you will find on your seats. And please set them to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean.
원활한 행사의 진행
And also for the purposes of this forum, I'd like to ask you to please switch your phones and all devices to silent mode, or please turn them off. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony of the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy will commence in a few minutes, starting at 9 a.m. on the dot. So please make your way to the conference hall and take your seats. 내외 귀빈 여러분,
Distinguished guests, please allow me to give a few housekeeping announcements.
곧 2020 DMZ 평화경제 국제포럼의 개막식 및 개막 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 장내에 계신 참가자 여러분께서는 이제 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 또 본 개막식에서는 한영 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 네, 리시버를 사용해 주시고요. 이제 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. The 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy will commence in a few minutes. So please take your seats. And we are providing simultaneous interpretation service. So please use the receiver and select channel number 1 for English and number 2 for Korean.
평화는 하루아침에 오지 않습니다. 우리의 운명을 우리 스스로 개척해야 합니다. 장벽이 있더라도 대화로 지혜를 모아 함께 뛰어넘길 바랍니다. 평화가 경제이고 일자리이며 우리의 생명입니다.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be your MC for this opening ceremony. My name is Kim Hae-mi. I'd like to thank you all for attending the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you. It is a pleasure for me to meet you here. The DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy, which began in Seoul in 2019, is being held in Incheon this year, a city that is growing together with the world. We are holding this forum while keeping strict social distancing guidelines to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And we have only gathered our organizers here, along with a few distinguished guests who have come to offer their congratulations. This forum is being broadcast on our official website and our YouTube channel. We also do have many online audiences and supporters who are joining us real-time. Thank you to all the guests and participants who are joining us online, who have all taken time out of their busy schedules to be with us today. This forum, the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy, is co-hosted by the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences and the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, with the support of the Incheon Institute, the National Unification Advisory Council, and the Incheon Metropolitan Government. We'll be discussing the role of the international community and Korea, as well as cooperative measures in bringing about sustainable prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. We will also be establishing long-standing and substantial networks with global international institutions so that we can share the future vision of the Korean Peninsula. With that, we'll now begin the opening ceremony for the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. First of all, we would like to hear the opening remarks of Chairperson Sung Kyung-yu of the NRC. Please give Chairperson Sung a big round of applause.
Greetings to all of you taking part in the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. I'm the chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Studies, Sung Kyung-yu. I would like to welcome everyone to this meaningful event and express my sincerest appreciation. In particular, I would like to give my gratitude to Prime Minister Chung Se-kyun for his congratulatory message, and Executive Vice Chairman Chung Se-hyun of the National Unification Advisory Council and Minister Unification, Lee In-young, for honoring this event with your presence. And this event is also joined by many honorable ambassadors. Peter Lescui, Ambassador of Belgium, Juan Carlos Laiza Rosero, Honorable Ambassador of Colombia, and Honorable Bruno Figueroa Fischer, Mexican Ambassador. I would also like to thank Bang Nam-chun, the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, as well as Kim Hong-jong, president of KIEP, as well as Lee Yong-sik, president of the Incheon Institute, for your efforts. And also, following on from last year, this year's DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy is honored to welcome again like-minded distinguished participants. Yukio HATOYAMA, former Japanese Prime Minister, Andrei Bistritsky, Chairman of the Board of the Foundation for Valdai Discussion Club, Kathleen Stevens, President of the Korea Economic Institute of America, Steve Kilelea, founder of the Institute for Economics and Peace of Australia, and Yezel Toye, member of the Norwegian Nobel Committee, and Tanaka Hitoshi, chairperson of the Institute for International Strategy, and many global think tank directors and intellectuals from all around the world. Thank you very much for joining us today. In retrospect, in August of last year, when the first DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy was held, all conditions were in our favor. It was after 3 inter-Korean summits and also 2 US DPRK summits. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, shortly after the G20 summit that was held in Osaka, Japan, President Trump visited the truce village of Panmunjom and had a historic summit with the leaders of the 2 Koreas in the DMZ. At that time, denuclearization of North Korea and the peace process on the Korean Peninsula were expected to cruise very smoothly. Since then, however, North Korea-U.S. relations and inter-Korean relations have been mired in a stalemate and disconnect, unable to make any progress at all in the throes of history. This is indeed truly deplorable. Ending the 70-year-long division of the Korean Peninsula and making peace together between the 2 Koreas and moving towards the path of uninhibited exchange and shared prosperity. The possibilities that were envisioned in much anticipation had to be put aside when the historic window of opportunity was closed, with the 2 Koreas entering a long period of hibernation again. Yet we should not be discouraged, but work to create new hopes. Whatever adversity may arise on the horizon, the South and the North must pursue dialogue and consensus towards a new future so that we can overcome this difficult period together. And I believe that such hope must begin with the efforts to build a peace economy in the DMZ. President Moon Jae-in, in his National Liberation Speech on August 15th, said that a genuine independence is where each and everyone's dreams and lives are guaranteed on a peaceful and secure unified Korean peninsula. It is my sincerest wish that this forum will serve as an opportunity to work towards the peace on the Korean peninsula and co-prosperity of the world through the exchange of diverse opinions amongst the experts. Lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this forum for their dedication. I hope that everyone, the organizers and participants alike, will do their best to strictly follow the quarantine procedures so that we can make this international forum a resounding success. Thank you very much.
네, 경제 인문
Yes, that was Sung Kyung-yoon, the chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences. With his opening remarks, he has officially declared open the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. Thank you very much. We'd now like to move on to the next item on the agenda. We'd like to hear from Lee In-young, the Minister of Unification for the Republic of Korea, who would like to offer his congratulatory remarks by video. We'd now like to listen to Minister Lee now.
여러분 함께 보시죠.
여러분
Distinguished guests, I'm Lee In-young, the Minister of Unification for the Republic of Korea. I'd like to express my warmest welcome to everyone participating in the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. I would especially like to thank Sung Kyung-yoon, Chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and Kim Hung-jong, President of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and the organizers for hosting this discussion for the new future of Korean Peninsula. I also like to thank Chung Se-yeon, Executive Vice Chairperson of the National Unification Advisory Council, HATOYAMA Yukio, former Prime Minister of Japan, and other leaders and thinkers who will be giving presentations and lectures today. I find it truly meaningful that today's international forum is being held in the border city of Incheon, a center for air travel, ports, and logistics. Incheon will become a hub for peace connecting the Korean Peninsula with the world. I would like to thank Park Nam-chun, Mayor of the Incheon Metropolitan City, who will be giving his congratulatory remarks by video, and everyone else joining us both online and offline. Distinguished guests, in 1945, the Korean Peninsula was divided immediately following our liberation. Even after the Cold War system was dismantled around the world, the peninsula remained divided, and this division continues to undermine the everyday lives of our people and our economic growth. The concept of peace economy will allow us to shed the old system of conflict and confrontation that reigned over the last 70 years and serve as a vision and strategy to open a new order based on peace, coexistence, and inclusiveness. The peace economy is not only the future for the two Koreas. When there is permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula, this inter-Korean reconciliation will allow us to facilitate peace for Northeast Asia as a whole. Through active inter-Korean economic exchange, the Korean Peninsula will become a bridge connecting the continent with the seas and the southern economy with the northern economy. When this last remaining Cold War frontier on Earth becomes a place of free exchange of people and goods, then regional connectivity will be further deepened and the road to mutual prosperity and peace for Northeast Asia and the world opened. However, it is not easy to establish a peace economy. And yet, even the grandest of journeys begins with one small step. The two Koreas must do what we can do for the moment, as if we are laying stepping stones for our future. First, we must begin by responding to global crises like COVID-19 and engage in realizable inter-Korean cooperation in the fields of disease control, health, and disaster response. We must restore dialogue channels as soon as we can, and when the conditions are met, promote the inter-Korean rail and road connectivity and modernization, as well as individual tourism initiatives that the two leaders agreed upon through the Panmunjom and Pyongyang joint declarations. The two Koreas must first build trust, then promote an even broader and more fundamental peace. We'll work to solve the North Korean nuclear issue and be comprehensive in our approach towards peace by including discussions on the end-of-war declaration and peace agreement. I ask for the international community's firm solidarity and cooperation so that we can go beyond denuclearization and establish a peace order on the Korean Peninsula so that we can become one. The French Foreign Minister, Robert Schuman, is known as the father of the European Union. On May 9, 1950, he proposed the European Coal and Steel Community through his Schuman Plan. With that, to declare that world peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of creative efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it. He emphasized the values of peace and solidarity for a Europe torn by war and conflict. The European Coal and Steel Community later overcame the barriers of ideologies and borders to become the foundation of unity and prosperity that the EU is today. At this inflection point in the new politics surrounding the destiny of the Korean Peninsula, the two Koreas must also engage in dialogue and cooperation to go beyond our division and head towards peace and prosperity. Today, we'll be joined by experts in the fields of peace, security, and economy, so I hope that there will be many constructive discussions on policy measures to head towards peace and prosperity. It is unfortunate that the DMZ tours had to be canceled because of COVID-19. Next year, I hope that COVID-19 will come to an end and that we will have some progress towards peace so that everyone here today can have the opportunity to visit Panmunjom, the peace trails, and the other sites for peace at the DMZ. Congratulations to all of you once again, and I wish you all good health and good fortune. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much. That was Unification Minister Lee In-young. Thank you very much for your warm message. I believe that the International Forum 2020 is going to become a more constructive forum for all. Now we're going to invite Mayor Park Nam-chun of Incheon Metropolitan City for his video message. Good afternoon. I am Park Nam-chun, the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. I would like to offer my sincerest congratulations to the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy for Sustainable Peace and Development on the Korean Peninsula. At a forum held in Seoul last year, I shared my wish that I would hope to see you all again in Incheon. And to keep the promise from the other end, despite various difficulties, you visited Incheon again. And I sincerely appreciate and welcome the leaders and experts from all around the world. And it would be remiss of me not to meet and greet you in person, but due to COVID-19, I have to send my greetings in a video message, which leaves me with so much regrets. To bring the day when the whole world can freely travel and meet again, I sincerely wish with 3 million citizens of Incheon. The residents of Ganghwa, Incheon, and the 5 West Sea Islands face North Korea along the river and sea, and as such, when tensions escalate between the two Koreas, they would feel the direct impact of that threat in their very lives. And that is why the peace on the Korean Peninsula should be achieved and preserved without fail, as it is the reality of Incheon. And this is why Incheon is working to make sure that the Korean Peninsula goes beyond tension and conflict towards the path of reconciliation, peace, and prosperity. And we're doing the best we can to play a leading role in that effort. As the theme of this forum, Overcoming the Barriers to Peace and Prosperity, suggests for Incheon to break down the barriers on the Korean Peninsula and leads us towards peace and prosperity, and to become a central city of the peace economy in Northeast Asia, I ask you to pull your wisdom together. We originally planned to arrange peace tours to the Korean War Veterans Memorial Park and the Ganghwa Peace Observatory, but had to cancel due to COVID-19. These are the places where one can think about the division of the Korean Peninsula, war and peace. Incheon City History Hall and Incheon Free Economic Zone are also where the past and present of Incheon growing into an international city can be seen, together with its future prospects. And it is very regrettable that I can only show you those places through a video, but I do suggest that you visit those places if you ever get a chance to do so in the future. And as mentioned before, the whole world is undergoing great difficulties due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Incheon is rapidly emerging as a mecca of bioindustry. And in that very city, the biotech company Celltrion announced that through fast-track approval procedure for emergency use, the COVID-19 antibody therapeutics will be made commercially available early next year. In addition to this, Celltrion shared its view that it is only the right thing for a company to cooperate with the government, saying that if it serves the national interest, the company will fully cooperate with the government in providing treatments to North Korea. In response to the pandemic, the entire humanity must come together as one. It is no different for the Korean Peninsula. If a private company based in Incheon can help support North Korea, it will go a long way towards bringing a breakthrough in the inter-Korean relations that has been stalled for quite some time. And Incheon will be there every step of the way. And I also ask every one of you for your keen interest and unwavering support for the peace on the Korean Peninsula. We look forward to your active efforts in that regards. And also, do remember us, Incheon, that is exerting great effort to take its destined path. I thank all of you for visiting Incheon to attend the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy 2020, and I wish you all good health and happiness. When I see you next time, I hope that the world will have completely ended the COVID-19 pandemic and brought peace on the Korean Peninsula one step closer to us. Let us meet again with a smile on your face. Thank you very much.
네, 앞서 말씀드린 바와 같이
Yes, as has been mentioned, the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy is being held here in the city of Incheon, a city that is growing together with the world. We've heard by video message the significance of the hosting here at Incheon by Park Nam-chun, the mayor of the city of Incheon. We'll now move on to the remaining items on the agenda. We do have many distinguished guests who have taken time out of their busy schedules to come to this DMZ International Forum to extend their congratulations to all of us. We have the ambassadors to the Republic of Korea with us today. When I call out their names, I'd like to ask you all to invite them with a big round of applause.
are gracing the occasion with their presence today. So when I call your name, please rise and greet the audience briefly. First of all, we are joined by His Excellency Peter Lescuyet, the Belgian ambassador to the Republic of Korea. Peter Lescuyet, 주한 벨기에 대사님.
Ambassador Peter Lescuyet of the Embassy of Belgium.
by His Excellency Juan Carlos Kaiser Rosero, Ambassador of the Republic of Colombia to the Republic of Korea.
Ambassador Juan Carlos Kaiser Rosero of the Embassy of Colombia has joined us today.
Bruno Figueroa,
Ambassador Bruno Figueroa Fischer of the Embassy of Mexico will be joining us online, and we now like to turn briefly to hear from the Ambassador of Mexico.
Bruno Figueroa will give us a short speech. He's the Mexican ambassador to the Republic of Korea.
안녕하세요. I congratulate the President of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities and Social Science, Song Kyung-ryung, and the President of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, KIEP, Kim Hyun-chong, for convening this very meaningful event. My appreciation to the Minister of Unification, Lee In-young, the Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, Park Nam-chun, and my colleagues from the diplomatic corps for their insightful words. I salute all the other distinguished personalities participating here today. 2.5 years after the first Moon Kim Inter-Korean Summit, the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy is more timely than ever. Peace and prosperity certainly hold a virtuous relationship. Therefore, the Korean Peninsula should keep striving for attaining both simultaneously. The Mexican national hero Benito Juarez stated once that as the son of the people, I could never forget that my only goal must always be their greatest prosperity. After more than 150 years, the words of this former president of Mexico resonate loudly in South Korea, a society that has become an example of liberty and prosperity to the world. The challenge, however, remains how to achieve peace and a greater economic prosperity in the Korean Peninsula. There is no straightforward answer. This forum is a great opportunity to discuss the current opportunities that come for new international developments, such as the election of a new president of the United States, but naturally based on the previous accomplishments. First-class experts will give thoughtful lectures and participate in relevant discussions. The Mexican government has been a relentless promoter of international peace and security. It launched the first denuclearized free zone in the world in 1967. As ambassador to Korea, in almost 4 years, I have witnessed the exceptional endeavors of the South Korean government towards peace in the region. We support the Korean government's vision of a new Korean Peninsula regime and peace-driven economy. I make vows for a great success of this year's forum. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 브루노 피게.
Thank you very much. Bruno Figueroa Fischer, Honorable Ambassador Mexico, thank you very much for your inspiring speech. And this concludes the opening ceremony, and we're going to begin the opening session right after this. Due to the COVID-19, especially considering various difficulties, overseas participants are now joining the forum online. This session will focus on the theme of overcoming the barriers towards peace and prosperity. We'll be looking at international development and circumstances that are quite different from that of last year. We'll also look at various barriers that are there due to the confusions that has been created by COVID-19, and we'll try to find a path forward to achieve a peace and a prosperity. The co-host of this forum, the President Kim Hyung-jong of KIEP, will moderate the session. Please welcome President Kim Hyung-jong to the podium with a big round of applause. I'm very pleased to meet you. Good morning. I'm the moderator for the opening session. I'm president of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, KIEP president. Before we begin the session, I would like to take this moment to thank everyone for joining us today despite the various difficulties posed by COVID-19 and also your very busy schedules at the end of the year. I'd like to thank our distinguished participants as well as people that are joining in from online as well as offline. And KIEP is holding the second DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy following on from last year. And President Moon Jae-in said in his 100th anniversary speech for March 1st Independence Movement that people will be the owner of DMZ. And also at the UN General Assembly keynote speech, he said that he will work to turn DMZ into the international peace zone. So the symbol of division, DMZ, is to be turned into the space for peace. And towards that, there is a consensus growing in the Korean society as well. So KIEP has decided to invite distinguished participants from home and abroad to increase understanding about the current government's new Korean Peninsula regime as well as peace economy policies, and also to facilitate the consensus on this, and decided to hold the international forum for the first time last year. And we also had various events such as Panmunjom tour and various forum sessions in the DMZ. And we've received very favorable responses from participants from home and abroad. And in Incheon, Songdo, we're holding the second international forum. And of course, the path towards peace comes with a lot of difficulties. And so did this international forum as well. There were various difficulties to be overcome. And as the COVID-19 pandemic became very serious, we had to cancel the Ganghwa-do Peace DMZ tour that we had put a lot of thoughts into. As a first day side event, we had to cancel it at the very last minute. And many speakers from abroad, due to the restrictions and lockdown, couldn't come to Korea, and they're joining us online. And since the Hanoi summit last year fell through, the U.S.A. PRK relations that seemed to have been sailing smoothly is now being stalled without much progress observed. However, we cannot stop the path towards peace. Despite such difficulties, and even against such hardships, KIEP has come to host the second DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy in order to continue our path towards peace. Under the slogan of overcoming the barriers towards peace and prosperity, we will work to establish practical and sustainable network with various global think tanks and organizations working in peace economy, and to focus on creating cooperation. We hope that this forum will go a long way towards building the support and consensus for peace establishment and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula, and we'll begin the opening session. Now, as a first speaker for the opening session, we're going to invite to the stage the former Prime Minister, the 93rd Prime Minister of Japan, HATOYAMA Yukio, who is also the president of the East Asia Community Research Center.
鳩山幸男でございます。
I am HATOYAMA Yukio. I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to you on the opening of the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy this year. I remember having visited Korea last summer to visit the DMZ Forum, but because of COVID-19, I was not able to visit you in person, and I'm joining you online. I would like to still thank the NRC and KIEP for working tirelessly to organize this important forum. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, I would like to extend my warmest regards. As you know, in November, there were U.S. presidential elections, and this led to the elections of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They have declared the presidential elections a victory. However, Donald Trump has yet not declared that the outcome is final, and this is currently true right now as I am taping this today. The last 4 years were quite turbulent under the Trump administration. the U.S. policies towards North Korea have completely been turned around by President Trump, and he has continued to pressure North Korea. The missile distance has been extended, and nuclear tests have been conducted by North Korea, and there was a lot of tension leading up to the U.S. DPRK summit, which was followed by the Inter-Korean summit by President Moon and Chairman Kim. This led to an easing of tensions that had escalated. However, right now the situation is at a stalemate, as we know. When we look back over what has happened, President Trump has repeated the same things that the U.S. administrations in the past have done, the same things that he has so criticized. President Trump seemed to have tried to have a personal interest in Chairman Kim, which might have been regarded as favorable by some. And there were some hopes for a big deal that was quite unexpected by many. To be honest, for President-elect Biden, North Korea would not be at the top of his list of priorities. An incoming Biden administration would have to place COVID-19 response at the topmost of his priorities. In diplomacy, the climate crisis, China, Russia will be at the top of the agenda. The President-elect Biden will maintain the status quo and try to go the path of deterrence, which is similar to what President Obama did. However, what North Korea thinks is a different matter. Would the DPRK repeat its past patterns of activities? Would it engage in provocation to try to get the interests of the U.S.? That possibility is still quite there. Hydrogen bomb tests or the extension of a missile range or missile tests would alert the attention of the Biden administration, even if North Korea is not high on the agenda. And the U.S.-China conflict might be seen by the DPRK as something that would work in their favor. In the first part of the Trump administration, DPRK said that if they believe that if they can continue to conduct missile tests right now, if this is not going to come at the expense of pressuring China, then they might not be able to get what they wanted. CVID is something that is most desirable, and that is what everyone would agree. However, CVID cannot be had at the expense of just pressuring the country involved. Furthermore, unless the U.S. government tries to engage in cooperation, then we might be able to see the same tensions that we've seen in the past. What will Biden do? We might be able to think that Biden might be a little bit more flexible towards the DPRK. However, this is not optimistic given the state of the U.S. Congress. Now, if we were to look at Japan, Abe's North Korea policy also led to an escalation of tensions. And after the U.S. DPRK summit, there were still high emphasis placed on sanctions by the Japanese administration. However, in their defense white paper this year, the Japan administration said that they lie within the missile range. Currently, some of the conservative faction in Japan said that their defense capabilities would not be enough to defend Japan completely. This means that for Japan, the most important priority is to not have outright war between U.S. and DPRK. I would like to ask Suga administration to be more flexible in their response to the DPRK. The abductee issue would also be something that should be pursued within the framework of relations normalizations and normalization of ties. If Suga also remains in the roots of an emotional diplomacy, then it would just follow the same mistakes made by the U.S. administrations prior. Next, I'd like to talk about Korea-Japan relations. For the last several years, Korea-Japan relations have actually been worsened more so than U.S.-China relations. Now we have come to a point of no return. We have to have a high sense of crisis. The Korea-Japan relations have worsened due to many different reasons, but the recent Supreme Court decision on forced labor has made things very difficult for the two countries. There are some voices who are calling for the U.S. administration, led by Biden, to play a role in this. However, even if the U.S. intervenes or not, this issue of forced labor dispute between Korea and Japan is really going to be resolved by whether there is a strategic commitment by the two sides. For wartime reparations, for Japan, they believe that the reparations have already been paid to the Republic of Korea. However, Japan must do away with this kind of mindset to engage properly with the ROK. And the ROK should also try to work closer in collaboration with Japan. Perhaps we can go the way of an arbitration committee or a mediation committee for the forced labor dispute. I believe that Japan is completely culpable for the past mistakes. And the Supreme Court ruling could be an impetus for new negotiations between Korea and Japan, which will not be easy for the Korean administration. And this I know. However, I would hope that President Moon can take a far-reaching, forward-thinking approach to try to make judicial judgments. With the U.S. and China tension escalating, the choice of not having to take one side, the choice to remain neutral, is the choice that Japan and Korea should consider for the sake of their national interests. This is a very narrow road for Japan and Korea. And in this current state of affairs, if the Korea-Japan ties worsen, that will not be good for either of us. This will not be good for unification or for regional politics. This has been my thoughts on the Korean Peninsula after the U.S. administration, U.S. elections, and the situation on the region. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 하토야마 유키오 전 일본.
Thank you very much, former Prime Minister Hatoyama Yukio. He talked about various solutions for resolving the North Korean nuclear issues, as well as improving the relations between Japan and South Korea, and also Japan and North Korea. That was such an insightful presentation. Let's now move to Moscow. We are going to invite the chairman, Andrei Bistritsky, of the Russia's renowned think tank, Valdai Discussion Club.
Very much for your invitation. It's a great honor for me to participate in this panel. Thank you very much indeed. Clearly, the pandemic has brought nothing new with it. It only exacerbated and catalyzed processes that were already underway. In every crisis, one should look not only for the bad, but for the good as well. Every crisis destroys something, but at the same time, it creates room for new things. This can be bad, because as they disappear, the old things take with them the people who personify them. However, new generations come. They are unaware of many things, but this is not necessarily bad. The great Russian writer Varlam Shalamov wrote definitive books on life in Stalinist camps. In many ways, Shalamov can be compared to Solzhenitsyn, at least in Russia. In describing his experience in the camps, he said that certain things constitute unnecessary experience in people's life. There are some things that no one should experience. There is a saying, what does kill us makes us stronger, mentioned Friedrich Nietzsche, German thinker. But this is not absolute truth. Many things can cripple us for sure and forever. The fact that there are trials that exceed our ability to survive is beyond doubt. We are participating in a discussion that focuses on dramatic division of the Korean Peninsula into two parts. And yet our discussion is about to overcome this division. And the timing for our discussion turns out to be important. The pandemic has highlighted a common human weakness. We see how hard it is for humanity to consolidate. But it is not as bad as it could have been. It is easy to think of far more devastating epidemics. On top of this, there are many other dangers. We have yet not properly managed the nuclear weapons challenge. and new, possibly even more destructive weapons are yet to come. Again, everything in the world is ambivalent. Most importantly, we must reverse the universal human drift towards separation and aggression. I find it hard to accurately predict how the situation on the Korean Peninsula will turn out. It's important not to squander burgeoning opportunities to reach reconciliation. Strictly speaking, the current global crisis in worldwide human interaction may provide hope for future global success in coordinated peaceful coexistence. It's a challenge. We are living in a time of separation. Nations' internal problems are shaping their foreign policies. We should look to find unity in the diversity of our societies. I know that the Russian political elite is deeply immersed in reflection of how to arrange the future world, about how to overcome a universal egoism that underlies the politics of many countries, such as the United States. I think we may be missing the opportunity to radically change our common future. In this regard, I tend to view the division of the Korean Peninsula in a broader global context. I think the international community can and should articulate general rules for resolving conflicts. It's too dangerous to leave this to the discretion of the opposing sides. We have just seen the damaging ramifications of the long-standing conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. This is a very old conflict, but it cannot be carved out of the fabric of international relations. It turned out to be even more severe because the world is so tightly interconnected. This means that we need new tools to resolve and understand contemporary conflicts. We underestimated the complexity and entanglement of the modern world. This is one thing. But at the same time, people and countries are not ready for genuine interaction on building a sustainable world of the future. It's scary to think about what could have happened if current pandemic was more dangerous, like, for instance, the plague, or if the Earth was threatened by a collision with dangerous asteroid. A lack of solidarity and the ability to cooperate is the biggest challenge. In closing, one more challenge, which we underestimate, I think, an information and communication challenge. As never before, we are immersed in a ocean of the false and fake information. Even the elite and leading politicians are affected by it. And in our time of universal interconnectedness, we absolutely must overcome the information disconnect. In a sense, I believe that information chaos is what we must overcome first. No action is possible if it's not based on accurate information. Alas, we live in a world of manipulated information, deliberately manipulated. Many media outlets have morphed into political parties. Just look at the United States, where CNN is an appendage of the Democratic Party, and Fox the Republican. I am not even talking about social media, which do not hide their manipulative nature. The current information situation is comparable to the situation following the invention of nuclear weapons. The threat of false information is comparable to the threat coming from the most destructive types of weapons. We need to bring trust and responsibility back to the modern information world. We need to rely on sustainable knowledge. Without it, we cannot make a decision or build a future. Our current discussion should no doubt contribute to common, dependable, and shared knowledge. Ultimately, everything is in the hands of the people, in both salvation and death, even amid the overwhelming forces of nature. It is imperative to concentrate. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you for invitation. Thank you, colleagues.
네, 안드레이 비스트리스키.
Thank you very much. That was Andrei Bystrisky, chairman of the Valdai Discussion Club. Next, we'd like to hear from a former U.S. ambassador to the ROK, Kathleen Stevens, who's the president of the and CEO of Korea Economic Institute of America and chair of the Korea Society. We'll meet her live.
Good evening, Catherine.
Good
Hello.
evening. 안녕하세요.
Yeah. I'm pleased to see you again. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, floor is yours, please.
President Kim, thank you so much, and greetings to everyone there. It really is a pleasure to join you even remotely for this year's DMZ International Forum. And I know the theme is overcoming barriers. I congratulate you, President Kim and Chairman Song and the city of Incheon and everyone who's overcome considerable barriers to be able to hold this important conference. And I only regret that I'm not there in person. I'm glad I'm with you live because I've been able to benefit from the speakers have come before. I won't be perhaps as coherent as they are, but I have a couple of ideas I'll try to put out before you. I think in this day and age of this remote communication, we have to cut through some of the diplomatic side trails and try to be very direct. I'll try to do that. But I do want to say, and I will sincerely, it's very meaningful to me to be part of this, especially because you did base this in Incheon, which the mayor spoke well of Incheon's role. You know, it's such an important role as in Korea's modern history as a gateway to Korea for all of the pressures and opportunities that mark Korea's modern history. I'm going back to the 19th century now, and of course the Korean War. So I think it is a really important place to be at least psychologically located while we think about the themes before us tonight. Well, tonight here, it's already morning in Korea. I guess that's the other thing. It's already morning in Korea, so I'll be optimistic it's morning. But I do well remember being in Korea for the first forum that you hosted, President Kim, a year ago, August 2019. It seems like a different age now. And, you know, I mean, earlier it was said that things looked pretty good then. Honestly, I remember that we were already pretty concerned that progress had been stubbornly difficult in 2019 after all the hope and promise of 2018. But I don't think we felt disheartened then. And I don't feel disheartened now either. And I think, but our gathering last year really did underscore the importance of international partnership, of international participation, of economic engagement, and of building trust and greater knowledge and understanding through communication and dialogue. And, you know, now a year later with everything that's happened, I think we all realize even more keenly how essential all those elements are. Because in fact, you know, in addition to all those challenging barriers on the Korean Peninsula we've been struggling with for so long, we have all the new ones that the other speakers have already alluded to, and which we feel tonight ourselves. Not only the pandemic, the economic suffering that is brought, but rising nationalism throughout the world, intensified great power competition, our stressed democratic and multilateral institutions, although I think South Korea has done better on many of these scores than my own country, polarized politics. And I mention all this because I think this does create some of the context in which we have to think about these issues that we're grappling with today of what that means for the Korean Peninsula, the regional and economic environment. But perhaps because I am sitting here in Washington, D.C., I should maybe add to the Prime Minister's insightful comments by saying from a very personal level, I mean, how I see the U.S. right now. As you're well aware, we're going through our political transition. I think you're probably also well aware that the United States remains in the midst of multiple crises. And I have to say, as someone who's old enough to remember the 1960s anyway, the most severe set of crises of my lifetime, the global health crisis, the political crisis, the economic, and if you like, our own history issues. We've been pretty good at talking about history in other places, but we're grappling with those ourselves. And I hope it's given us some humility and eventually I hope some wisdom as we look to play our role in the world as well as heal our country at home. And I do feel that in this political transition we're in now, and despite the many challenges we're still in, we are affirming, we in the United States, reaffirming the resilience of our democratic institutions and values and appreciating them in a new way, not taking them for granted. And when we look at what President-elect Biden's foreign policy priorities are, and so far they're words, but he's starting to fill out his team, I actually think they bode well for progress on the issues that this conference is looking at that I know are so important to everyone on the Korean Peninsula. President-elect Biden has emphasized the importance of strengthening our alliances, and underlying that is listening to others, finding a common way forward, multilateral cooperation, which is something I very much appreciate about this DMZ forum that brings in voices from around the world, and the importance of values, the values that we share. So I think given that President-elect Biden, when he is in the White House, will place the highest priority on working closely with Seoul. He will be interested in hearing those voices, and indeed of other partners, allies and partners, and important stakeholders in the region. And I also maybe disagree a little bit with something that was said before, that I think that there is an awareness by President-elect Biden, again, these are my impressions, and his team, that there can be no going back to the past. The status quo ante is not an option, as comfortable as that might seem. Too much has changed, and I won't belabor the point, but clearly it's also changed on the Korean Peninsula in both ways that are challenging and encouraging. Clearly, North Korea has continued to advance and consolidate its nuclear and missile capabilities. It faces a lot of challenges itself. I think we'll get to that in more detail later in the conference. And actually in South Korea's own standing in the world has been enhanced by its relative success. There are many challenges in preserving its democratic norms and addressing global and public health issues in a very positive and constructive way. I think all that is going to make a difference. Now, with respect to North Korea, I think the place to start for a Biden administration is with a commitment to an agreement it was not party to, which is the Singapore Declaration of 2018. I don't think it's perfect, but I think that's where you start. And of course, with the important 2018 inter-Korean agreements. And I hope that will be something that Seoul and Washington can discuss early in the new year, because I think the very close consultation with Seoul and the other partners are necessary to find what I would say is a creative and bold approach forward, and that some urgency does need to be attached to the task. At the same time, there needs to be an understanding this will take a little bit of time. But I think that's not impossible, that you can have urgency and patience at the same time. 좀 급하게 하려고 하는데 인내심 있게 생각 in Korean, but I think you need both. So, I can't lay out exactly what that creative, bold approach would look like. And we cannot forget that much will depend on Pyongyang, which faces its own unprecedented challenges and barriers, economic, public health, and many others. And Beijing cannot be left out of this equation as well. So again, the international aspect of this is very important. But I think my final point here is actually earlier this week, and this life I have now, I do a lot of reminiscing. And on November 30th, I was invited to join a large group of people in Europe to mark the 25th anniversary of the first visit by an American president to Northern Ireland, where I happened to be U.S. Consul General at the time. And 25 years later, I was talking to people who weren't born when it happened. They remember it. And it was a great visit, but also what I reminded them of is one of the things that happened then, and it's not necessarily the visit and this went together, but the breakthrough was we were in a peace process where talks were stalemated because there was a refusal to, in this case, to decommission terrorist arms. So it was decommissioning versus peace process. And what happened with that visit was there was an agreement that there was going to be a dual track approach where decommissioning would happen, but at the same time, there'd be a peace process. And after that, talks started, they stopped, they started, they stopped, they started. It took many years, but that was a kind of an inflection point, a turning point where things went forward. So no situation is exactly alike. And in this case, the situations are very, very different. But I think that's what we need to look for, is the kind of moment to try to push things forward. In 2018, I think there were some of those. We don't have to lose that momentum, but we need to find that next moment to get over the next barrier and to try to get a sustainable process, understanding it's going to take time and patience and commitment by many, many parties. And I think that's, and I guess the other thing I said I was going to stop with this, I remember at that time when President Clinton visited, and there was great suspicion of his visit, he said the United States would stand with those who take risks for peace. Risks for peace. There is a risk. There's a risk for Pyongyang. There's a lot of risk for Seoul. There's a lot of risk for everybody. But I think if we take this approach, and I think it's especially important when this year, as we end it, is the 70th anniversary of that terrible anniversary of what I learned to say was Yukio, June 25th, 1950. That was a risk for peace too, if you like, although it was a terrible, terrible war. And I think what is incumbent on us in this forum now, and 70 years after that, is to think, how do we take risks for peace now to complete the unfinished business of that war and that division, the unfinished business on the Korean Peninsula, by taking together prudent but bold risks for peace. So thank you very much. I really look forward to what this forum was going to produce in terms of that kind of catalyst, and I hope we will be partners in this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We are so keen now to hear many voices, opinions from the DC in the Biden administration. Please keep staying with us, and thank you for joining us today. 감사합니다. And 다음은
Yes, thank you very much. Let's now turn our lens to Australia, who is the founder of the Institute for Economics and Peace of Australia, Dr. Steve Kililea. Please welcome Dr. Kililea with a big round of applause.
Thank you. It's very good to be here and speaking to you from sunny Australia. It's a little bit like being on another planet, or maybe in another age. Yesterday, Australia only had one new case of COVID-19. The major states in New South Wales have now been going for weeks without a case. And so in some ways, it's like sitting on another planet. But what I've come here to talk to you today about is a concept which I believe is transformational, and that's called positive peace. Positive peace is the attitudes, institutions, and structures which create and sustain peaceful societies. But what's more important is we start to look at positive peace, we find that it's statistically associated with many, many other things which we think are important. So there are things like higher per capita income, better GDP growth, societies which are more inclusive, ones which perform better on measures of well-being and happiness, and also perform better on measures of ecological success. So therefore, in many ways, you can describe positive peace as creating an optimal environment for human potential to flourish. And that, I believe, is a transformational concept, because it's a way of being able to put peace at the centre of human development. And I think in this age, that's exceptionally important. So how the Institute for Economics and Peace did we arrive at positive peace? So we produced the Global Peace Index, which is the world's leading measure of global peacefulness. We've compiled 25,000 to 50,000 different data sets down here, which we use in different sort of shapes and form. But we use 25,000 different data sets, and we used statistical analysis to work out what are the factors most closely associated with highly peaceful societies. And that's what's called positive peace. And so then we used further mathematical modelling to be able to cluster them into different groups. We came up with an architecture which consists of 8 different pieces. And so there are things like, none of these will be counterintuitive to anyone in the audience. You'll all identify with them. But what's really important is they operate as a system. You can't think of them causally. One doesn't lead to another. They all interact together and work through systems so that you've got mutual feedback loops, one reinforcing another or one actually breaking another down. But there are 8 different factors, and they are well-functioning government, strong business environment, equitable distribution of resources, low levels of corruption, acceptance of the rights of others, free flow of information, high levels of capital. Now, as we start to come back and look at this further, what we find is they're also associated with a lot of economic values as well. So we look at the cost of violence to the global economy. Last year, it cost $12.5 trillion, or 10.4% of global GDP. And that number is actually much higher because we can only count what we can count. The real number is probably 50% higher. Now, as we start to drill down further and now start to look at the economic factors associated with peace. So we took the top half of the countries with the highest measures of positive peace, compare them to the bottom half, and went back 60 years. On average, the countries at the top had 2% per annum higher GDP growth rate. Multiply that out over 60 years and you get the difference between a highly wealthy country and one which is not doing so well. South Korea compared to North Korea would be an example. If we look at inflation, what we find is that with inflation in countries which are deteriorating in positive peace, it's 3 times higher than countries which are improving in positive, countries which are deteriorating in positive peace, the inflation rates are 3 times higher. They're also 10 times more volatile. If we look at foreign direct investment, it's twice as high in countries which are high in positive peace compared to countries which are deteriorating in positive peace. If we look at currency appreciation, countries which are improving in positive peace have on average a 1.4% per annum appreciation of the exchange rates. Countries which are deteriorating on average have 0.4% deterioration in their exchange rates. So we can see that peace is particularly related to economic development. So now, I'll just finish in 1 minute, but if we now look, where is positive peace being utilised? So we're working with many, many different areas around the world. We've been working with Mexico, been training over 1,000 police officers, members of the army. We're working with 2 of the state governments down there who are now looking at training all their municipal officers. We've been working in Mindanao in the Philippines, where it's been rolled out there. Philippines government's now looking, or they've decided to adopt it, and probably look at how can they roll it out nationally. We're working for Religions with Peace, which is the largest interfaith organisation in the world working on peace. They'll be rolling it out through their network. Rotary International, it's the largest civil organisation in the world, 1.3 million members. They're rolling it out. It's now included in thousands of university courses around the world. And to date, we've trained 2,500 ambassadors who are now working on trying to help with the implementation of positive peace projects in different parts of the world. So what I'd say to you is positive peace is a transformational concept to reinvigorate all of society from many, many different directions, puts peace at the heart of progress, but more importantly, which this conference is about, it's central to robust economic growth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve Clelea, for joining us. 다음에 소개해드릴 분은
Next, I'd like to introduce another participant who was at the opening ceremony last year at our last year's forum, but today he is joining us far away from Norway. He is Asle TOJE, political scientist and member of the Norwegian Nobel Committee.
Well, greetings from Oslo, Norway. It is a joy to see you all again. I would like to thank the organizers of the DMZ for bringing us all together, albeit in changed circumstances. I believe that all of us have had quite a few of these kind of meetings in the months that have passed, and well, I think we're getting better at it. We find ourselves in a period of great international instability. In many countries and many regions, we see a tendency towards arms races and political instability based or due to political leaders who are not investing in cooperation, but rather focusing on posturing. The elections in the United States will bring in a new presidential administration. To what has already been said about the Biden administration and with the caveats that were presented when it comes to the difference between words and deeds, I would like to draw attention to the focus that the Biden administration has had on nuclear arms control. We must keep in mind that it must remain the goal of the international community to include North Korea in the current arms control regimes. And I do believe that that might be one of the focuses that the Biden administration will have on the Korean Peninsula. But we will in 2021 see a change of guards amongst the great powers in Japan, in the United States, in Germany, and also perceivably in other countries. The leaders of these countries will be faced with a stark choice: whether we should continue down the path towards competing bilateralisms, or whether an attempt shall be made to reinvigorate the established international system with its institutions and its organizations. A further opportunity, of course, would be to attempt to build new institutions and forge new patterns of cooperation. And on that score, I think the very concept of the peace economy is very interesting. In the opening remarks, the president of the DMZ alluded to the European Union. And I do think that the experience of Europe is one of promise when it comes to the region of East Asia. South Korea finds itself at in a difficult geopolitical position, divided between not only the two countries of North Korea and South Korea, but also of the spheres of the United States and China, the two most powerful countries on Earth. I think this can also be a blessing. South Korea has developed into a paean of economic development, prosperity, and democracy. As a well-functioning country, it is well placed to take a role that Korea traditionally, or in the century that has passed, has not been able to play, a position of strength. So one might ask, what should South Korea use this position to? Alfred Nobel, when he wrote his last will and testament back in 1896, decided that the Nobel Peace Prize should be awarded to the person or persons that had done the most to foster fraternity amongst nations, to work for the disarmament and disbandment of permanent armies, and also to work towards the peace amongst nations. And I think when we look at these three priorities, this hope towards peace, cooperation, and fraternity, I think South Korea can play a role in reminding the great powers that the world is made up of a great many more states, and that these states' interests count and that they matter, not least when other countries cooperate on a multilateral level. This year, the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the World Food Programme, and I would like to take a couple of minutes to point out the work that this organization has done with little fanfare. Around the world, there are crises, and these crises often lead to starvation and to need and want amongst the civilian population afflicted by conflict. The World Food Programme has been the organization that very frequently has provided the framework for other NGOs to engage themselves and to help alleviate suffering. When the COVID crisis struck the World Food Programme quickly assembled a team to isolate and to identify the populations that were most likely to suffer due to conflict, but also to the new trade and cooperation patterns that has followed with the crisis. Countless of lives have been saved due to the intervention of the World Food Programme and to provide this most basic staple, food, so necessary for our survival. I think the case of the World Food Programme should give us heart. It reminds us that despite differences amongst great powers and amongst nation states over a great many issues, there are still matters that we all agree on. And I think that the focus of the peace economy and the focus of the DMZ is very close to one of those issues that a great many countries would be willing to rally around. And I do believe that South Korea and North Korea can serve as an example, not only to the world on how to create a peace economy and to bury differences and to cooperate, but also to be a place where the United States and China can come to an understanding and hopefully choose the multilateral path towards the future. Because I do fear that if we continue down the path that we have seen in the past couple of years, we will find ourselves in an even more bleak situation next year than we do this year. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. TOJE. Next, we're going to invite Chairman Tanaka Hitoshi from the Institute for International Strategy, Japan Research Institute.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate this opportunity, although I wish I were with you in Korea, but I'm speaking from my office in front of my favorite picture. So let me discuss about a few issues. As a former diplomat, I shall be very brief and pragmatic. I am discussing on three subjects. First, areas of future uncertainty in East Asia. Two, how to approach to the North Korean issue. And three, how to proceed. First, areas of future uncertainty. There are three sources of instability in East Asia. First, many mentioned about the intensification of US-China strategic rivalry. Second, denuclearizing North Korea question. The third, the deterioration of Japan-ROK relations. On the first subject of the intensification of US-China strategic rivalry, the very question is, will the situation change under the new US president? And if so, in what way? I do think there won't be much change in relation to the intensifying US-China strategic rivalry, because this is not an ad hoc issue. This is a systematic issue due to two major fundamental factors. First, China is growing very rapidly. Next year, China would reach to the size of about 75% of the United States. And again, Chairman Xi Jinping talks about China dream, which is interpreted that China will surpass United States as a total strength of power by 2050. The second fundamental issue is a question of their governance system. It appears to me that there is going to be, and there has been, the strengthening of Chinese one-party communist rule. Therefore, as long as those two fundamental issues remain, there will be further intensifying the rivalries between United States and China. But under new president, there may be different approaches, different from President Trump. I think President Biden will place more emphasis on international cooperation, international sort of pressurizing on China, not unilaterally, but more international cooperation would be emphasized. Second, the nuclearization of North Korea issue. The question is who takes first move? Who takes first step? Whether, I mean, it's very clear in my mind that there would have to be the dialogue between the United States and North Korea. But would it be United States who take first step? Probably not. I would very much hope that North Korea will make first step for the future dialogue with the United States. The third, the question is the deterioration of Japan-ROK relations. Will there be any improvement under the new Japanese Prime Minister? What is lacking here is the trust relationship. What is more important is to create trust relationship at the summit level. There is a very strong positive friendship among the people concerned between Japan and Korea. But yet at the summit level, there has been the lack of trust. I would hope that the summit meeting will take place sometime soon so that we could create the trust relationship between the two, the Prime Minister and President. The second issue, how to approach the North Korean issue. I am absolutely clear that the North Korean issue, the resolution of North Korean issue would have a very positive impact on the US, China rivalry, and also Japan, South Korea deterioration of the relationship. Why? Because the denuclearization of North Korea is a common security interest all the nations concerned do have. And again, remember the time of Cold War. There was the kind of structured relationship called Golden Triangle. China, who had the confrontational relationship with Soviet Union, they did have a better relationship with the United States and with Japan as well, because of the fact that they had a confrontational relationship with the Soviet Union. Therefore, what I'm talking about is if there were to be a common security interest among the countries concerned, the bilateral relationship would get better. And clearly in this case, North Korea denuclearization is a common interest for all in the region. Therefore, I think we should tackle the question of North Korean nuclear issue from this angle. This sort of resolution, the process to resolving the issue will help the bilateral relation between the United States and China, between Japan and South Korea. The third, let me talk about how to proceed in a pragmatic way. As I said, there would have to be bilaterals initiated by either of the two nations, United States or North Korea, but at the same time, we should establish free bilateral dialogue format. The North-South, US, North Korea, and Japan, North Korea. I negotiated with North Korea for about one whole year, about 20 years ago. And I have an absolute conviction that any dialogue needs to be sanctioned by the top. There would have to be a very strong endorsement by the leaders in order for us to be able to create some positive result out of the bilateral negotiations. And again, when I was negotiating with North Korea, I tried to input on them that the world is moving this way, unlike what you perceive. So most of my negotiation is a kind of socialization of North Korea. It is extremely important for us, for South Korea, for Japan, and for the United States to make sure that North Korea understands what is taking place outside North Korea. For that very purpose, the bilateral contact would be highly recommended. But this bilateral context needs to be expanding to the trilateral way. The trilateral between Japan, South Korea, and China, trilateral between Japan, United States, and South Korea as well. So by having two sets of trilateral meeting, we would have better understanding of what will be taking place in the region. And this sort of trilateral setup needs to be expanded to six-party talks. Six-party talks, not just for the sake of resolution of North Korean nuclear issue, but for the sake of future confidence building mechanism, because we need those 6 countries who do have the real security interest in the region. Without them, we will not be able to have a stable sort of region at the end of the day. I think I should stop here. Thanks very much.
네, 타나카 히토시 이사장님 말씀.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanaka Hitoshi. Next, we would like to hear from the Director of the National Institute of International Strategy, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, Li Xiangyang.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm honored to be invited by KIEP to attend DMZ International Forum on Peace Economy. Due to the limitations of COVID-19 outbreak, I can only communicate with you on internet. The title of my speech is The Reshaping of GVC in Asia in the post-COVID-19 and China's response. As you know, recently, due to the impact of technological progress such as AI, digital technology, robots, and so on, the incentive for TNC to take advantage of labor costs have been reduced, and the GVC has shown a phenomenon of curtailment. In this slide, average length of supply chains for export is used as a measure of value chain curtailing. As we see, in most industries, this indicator is declining. The impact of COVID-19 and coupling not only further exacerbates this trend, and more importantly, GVC in Asia is likely to show a trend of designification, include China. At corporate level, the COVID-19 has disrupted supply chain in many industries. In post-COVID-19, the standard TNC is likely to shift from efficiency first to resilience first. In other words, in order to ensure the safety of supply chain, efficiency were sacrificed. This is important change. At national level, the COVID-19 has further strengthened national needs, and different type of countries has begun to attention to economic security issues, among which the security of supply chain and value chain is most concerned, where the reshaping of GVC's curtailing, it will also be manifested as localization. That is, GVC is getting closer and closer to final consumer market. The outcome of US election is uncertain. It is foreseeable that even if Joe Biden is elected, the designification strategy in the high technology sector will not change. Therefore, in the post-COVID-19, GVC Asia is likely to have two parallel regional value chains. One is for United States as final consumer market, and another is for China as final consumer market. This trend helps to explain the recent shift in China's economy strategy. China's leader recently proposed China will accelerate the establishment of dual circulation development pattern in which domestic economic circle plays a leading role, where international economic circle remains its extension and supplement. Under the new development pattern, expanding domestic consumption is highest priority goal. The expanding domestic consumer market will attract a foreign investor to build regional value chain around the Chinese market and mitigate the impact of designification. Of course, the new development pattern proposed by China is also requirements for sustainable development of Chinese economy. It should be pointed out that the double circle centering on expanding domestic consumption demand doesn't mean that China takes the path of import substitution, but the path of sustainable development of demand and the conditions of opening up. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
네, 고맙습니다. 리샹양.
Thank you very much. That was Li Xiangyang. Let's now turn to India. Director TCA Raghavan from the Indian Council of World Affairs.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, greetings from India and from New Delhi. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on this very important meeting. The Indian Council of World Affairs has only recently concluded a formal MOU with the Korea Institute of International Economic Policy, one of the organizers of this very important international forum. In 2020, we observe the 70th anniversary of the Korean War. Therefore, this year's DMZ International Forum has special meaning. As anniversaries are moments of reflection, the forum is an excellent opportunity to take stock of the developments in the Korean Peninsula. Ladies and gentlemen, the Korean War and the peace process occupies an important place in India's diplomatic history. This was amongst the early major international issues that independent India played an important and significant role. Following the outbreak of the Korean War, Indian efforts were to break the deadlock between the two sides at the UN to find a mediated solution through proactive diplomacy. India sent a medical mission to support humanitarian efforts. India chaired the Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission and offered the services of the custodian force to oversee the repatriation process. Dear colleagues, of course, much has changed since then. So too has the nature of the problem in the Korean Peninsula. However, the shadow of the Korean War still looms large. Developments in the Korean Peninsula, including denuclearization, are significant for India from a security perspective, considering the growing linkages between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans, underlined by the emergent discourse on the Indo-Pacific. The issues of nuclear and missile technology proliferation and its linkages with South Asia are of critical importance to India's national security interests. The history of this issue is a standing example of how there is a deep interconnectedness between our security concerns. I need not emphasize that for a developing country like India, a peaceful external environment is an essential requirement for our own national development. And therefore, such developments had an extremely negative character. Under the leadership of President Moon Jae-in, during the last 3 years, we have witnessed a new momentum in the direction of peace in the Korean Peninsula. As 7 decades of experience and history reveal, there is no alternative to dialogue in diplomacy in finding a solution to the Korean Peninsula problem. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his greetings message to the President and peoples of Korea on the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War in June this year, reiterated India's support for the dialogue and peace process in the Korean Peninsula. Your Excellencies, today the situation in the Korean Peninsula, as in the broader Indo-Pacific, is becoming more complex and uncertain in the context of structural changes that are taking place. Globalization and rebalancing are the two fundamental phenomena that have been driving changes in the region. This region does not require much explanation in understanding the merits of globalization. However, what is less focused on is its unequal distribution of benefits within societies and between them. The trade frictions that acquired a much sharper salience of late manifest a trend of rising nationalism and backlash against globalization. On a positive note, the emerging multipolarity in the world, and particularly in Asia, is generating a more balanced discourse and narratives. However, the process of rebalancing will not be an easy one. The transitional phase between the old and a new order, which is clearly one that we are going through, remains highly uncertain. So is the temptation for unilateralism on the part of certain countries. Recent events in our region confirm this trend. This phase also manifests a weakness of multilateralism and a crisis of a rules-based order. The present COVID-19 crisis has not only accelerated these trends and sharpened conflicts, but also revealed the widening gap in the demand and supply of international cooperation. In a context where issues are acquiring more and more global and transnational characters, what is required is more international cooperation through effective multilateralism. It also means reforming existing multilateral institutions to reflect today's realities. We cannot afford to let multilateralism be held hostage to great power competition. Similarly, ensuring peaceful international relations in the context of the undergoing transition demands more dialogue, greater transparency, and observance of international laws and norms. India's commitment to an open, transparent, inclusive, and rule-based regional order in the Indo-Pacific has been articulated through the vision of security and growth for all in the region, and practical steps like the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. Recognizing the COVID-19 pandemic as an important turning point and as the biggest challenge the world is facing since World War II, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in the recently held G20 virtual summit, called for a global index that focuses on 4 T's: talent, technology, transparency, and trusteeship as the basis for international cooperation in the post-COVID world order. Dear colleagues, last but not least, let me share some thoughts on what this means for India-South Korea relations. Our relations have gone from strength to strength in the past 2 decades. The 2 countries became strategic partners in 2010 and special strategic partners in 2015. As reflected in the 2018 vision statement, India and South Korea remain committed to a peaceful, stable, secure, free, open, inclusive, and rules-based regional order. A greater convergence of interest and complementarities between India's Act East policy and Korea's New Southern policy will provide further opportunities for strengthening our bilateral and regional partnership. A crisis reveals true friends and reliable partners. Through this year, striving against and surviving in the face of the pandemic, India and Korea have strengthened their bond through collaboration in responding to the pandemic. As the 3rd and 4th largest economies of Asia, India and South Korea are uniquely placed in the emerging regional order. I would like to conclude my remarks with the assertion that it is in our shared interest to work towards a multipolar Asia in achieving our shared vision of an open, inclusive, and rules-based regional order. May I thank the organizers for inviting me and the Indian Council of World Affairs to participate in this very important forum, and I wish all of the forum, the different panels and the different sessions, good success and very, very rich and fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 라가반.
Thank you very much, Director General Raghavan. Korea-India relations, we have RCEP and we have the special strategic partnership between us, and the New Southern policy as promulgated by the Korean government also sees India as a very important strategic partner for the ROK. In fact, KIEP, in October, we had the opportunity to sign an MOU with this institution. So as he mentioned, that is very significant for us. Next, we'd like to hear from Thomas Goma, the director of the French Institute of International Relations.
Good afternoon or good evening. I don't know what is the timing for you. It's the afternoon in Europe. It's my real pleasure to be with you today for this DMZ forum, and I would like to thank warmly NRC and KIEP for their invitation. Obviously, I would have been much more than happy to be in Seoul with you, but due to the sanitary crisis, I think it's more safe to stay in Europe, but I do hope that in the near future we will have direct exchanges. I was asked today to speak about the COVID-19 and its technological consequences for the international system. So I will do so. And to start this short presentation, I would like to say that, in my opinion, this crisis is a sort of hybrid crisis between health and technology. I mean, it has some sanitary reasons, some sanitary roots, but with deep technological consequences. And I think that there are two disparities with this crisis. The very first one, it is the first global lockdown, and you have a disparity between the number of victims, which is significant, but compared to other phenomena is not so high, I mean at the global level. And so you have that, and on the other side you have a magnitude of the political and economic measures taken to tackle this crisis, which is exceptional. So that's the first disparity. The second disparity, in my opinion, it is the disparity between the, I would say, physical means, material means, which was used to counter the crisis, for instance, the masks, the tests, the bed in the hospitals, and so on. And on the other side, all the digital means which was used to go through this crisis. I mean, it was certainly through, for instance, digital platforms that we were able to overcome this crisis. So that's the basic assessment I would like to start with. Now, if we try to see the consequences of this crisis on the international system, maybe we can make a distinction between three main levels. The very first one, it is the geopolitical level. The second one, it is international politics. And the last one, it is diplomacy. So regarding the first one, I do think that it's important to see this crisis as something accelerating some trends which were already visible before the crisis. In that sense, it's not really, in my opinion, a turning point. It's much more an accelerator of things already visible. The main transformation, it is a change of balance between East and West, between Asia and the West, to put things very bluntly. And on that 2 points, I do think it's very important, seated in Europe, to see how ASEAN countries, and especially Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, China to some extent, Japan, were seen as more efficient in their fight against the sanitary crisis than the European countries, to say nothing about the US. So the notion of efficiency, of political efficiency, is certainly at the core of this crisis. And when I wrote an article on that, I was very struck by an article, an interview between Farid Zakaria and Lee Kuan Yew in 1994 about the Singapore model. And when you read this article, so as I said, published in 1994, it's very interesting to listen to Lee Kuan Yew speaking about the tracking. It was at that time about drugs, but it's very interesting to see that this notion of tracking was very present at that time already in the political and administrative cultures of Singapore. And as you certainly know, it's completely different in Europe, because this notion of tracking, and now it's much more feasible given the platforms, given all the application in terms of GovTech, but they are much more used in Asia than in Europe for different reasons, but namely for, I would say, differences in terms of political and administrative cultures. The second point, it is to say that we often speak about, a sort of dissemination of Western values, which are supposed to be universal, from the West to the other part of the world. With that, with this crisis, I think there is a sort of inversion. We spoke a lot about ASEAN values coming to the West because of their supposedly efficiency to some extent. So for me, that's the main transformation which is visible in terms of global geopolitics at the global level. The second level, it is international politics. Many things have been analyzed, have been said about, for instance, China and its rapprochement to some extent with a few countries, especially Muslim countries, I see Saudi Arabia, for instance, because of the change in the oil prices. Many things were written about that. For me, what was very interesting in terms of international politics was the concept used by the former U.S. General Attorney William Barr, so under Trump administration, this notion of technological blitzkrieg. This idea that, to some extent, the confrontation between China on the one hand and the US on the other hand takes place, namely in Europe, through the 5G issue. And this notion of technological blitzkrieg was present before the crisis. For instance, I made a set of interviews in DC in spring 2019, and I was told very often about this notion. But it was used by the Trump administration, especially in their discussion with Europeans, to say there is an issue now with China, with the 5G, and you are in a situation of becoming dependent in technological terms. So obviously things are much more complicated, much more nuanced, but certainly given also the attitude of China regarding European countries during the sanitary crisis, there is a change of perception regarding not only the US and because of the Trump administration, but also regarding China in Europe because of this sanitary crisis. The last level, it is diplomacy. As you know, we spoke all the time about multilateralism in Europe, and especially in France and in Germany, because we consider that we are facing a very tricky situation with a multipolar system, but which is less and less multilateral. So for Europeans, and also I know for Koreans, for Australia, for Japanese, for others, for Indian, multilateralism is highly important to avoid to be trapped by the confrontation between the US and China. But what is also very interesting with multilateralism, it is not only to see this way of working between states, but to make some progress in terms of a sort of more inclusive multilateralism, involving, not only states, as I said, international organizations, but also corporations, NGOs, academic, and so on. And maybe this crisis was a way to make a step in this direction, even if, in my opinion, it will be my conclusion for this short presentation. I think that the main winners of this crisis are certainly the digital platforms, because they are capturing flows of information, not only personal ones, globally speaking, like it was in the past, but it's more and more precise that they are capturing data related to our health, related to our education, related to our political system. And I do think that there is a new urgency for all of us to think about the proper way to regulate this capturation by digital platforms. I stop there. I hope that we will have the opportunity to continue this discussion very soon, either in Seoul or in Europe. Thank you very much.
네, 예, 토마고마.
Thank you very much, Dr. Toma GOMART. His organization is a very world-renowned think tank. It's also known as a ranking number 1 or ranking 2 inclusive. Concept was very interesting as well. Now we're going to invite Jean Lee from the Woodrow Wilson Center. Could you please take the floor?
Good morning from the United States. It's an honor to join all of you here today. This is such a challenging time for peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. So I applaud the forum for bringing together so many diverse voices with the common objective of building a more secure economic future for Korea. The 70th anniversary of the start of the Korean War is a fitting time for reflection and for looking forward. This anniversary reminds us how far South Korea has come and yet how far we have to go. I would say that as long as North Korea remains a nuclear threat and as long as North Korea lags in its economic development, true security will remain elusive. It's also been a year for me to ask my own parents about their experience. Both of them were children when they fled south with their families when the war broke out 70 years ago. They returned to Seoul in 1953 to a city and a country that had been flattened by war. And back then, they could not have imagined that Seoul would become the cutting-edge metropolis that it is today. I spent many years in North Korea, and when I show my mother photos of the North Korean countryside, she says, that's exactly how Seoul looked. That's how South Korea looked in 1953, bare, bereft, and far from bountiful. She tells me that she spent many days as a student helping to plant the seeds that would become the dense forest that blanket South Korea's beautiful mountains today. As a journalist, I traveled back and forth for years between Seoul and Pyongyang. Many days I would leave Pyongyang in the morning and be back in Seoul by evening, and the contrast between the two Koreas is stark. It always took me a few days to readjust to life in Seoul after spending a month in North Korea, and it was not just changing my accent, but just adjusting to the different way of life. In so many places and parts of North Korea, it's as though time has stopped. It's as underdeveloped in 2020 as it was in 1950. And the staff that are running this forum told me how cold it was. And on a freezing day like today in Seoul and Incheon, I can't help but think about how cold it is for the North Koreans. When people ask me what it was like to live and work in North Korea, I always tell them it's brutally cold, because that unforgiving cold is not something that you can feel from the photos that you see in their state media. But just try to imagine enduring the bitter cold of a Korean winter without heat, without electricity, without gloves to protect your hands, or a hat to cover your ears, because that is the reality of what life is like in much of North Korea today. At this moment, we're faced with such a vexing challenge, and that is North Korea's self-imposed isolation. This is an isolation that is due in large part to concerns about the pandemic, but I would say that it's also a strategic decision made by Kim Jong-un during this period of political uncertainty as he thinks about and calculates his next step on nuclear negotiations. I think in January, it will be a year since North Korea has shut its borders, and without access, it is so hard for us to gauge the impact that this extended isolation has had on North Korea. But I can tell you that life will only be tougher, and as a result, the stakes will be higher for the North Koreans when they do finally emerge. You know, I think it's really unclear when they will be willing to reemerge, and it might depend on the course of the pandemic. It might also depend on the course of diplomacy, particularly with the United States. We should have a better sense after January which direction Kim Jong-un wants to take his country. But we should be thinking about what opportunities we can seize. I think Ambassador called this the next moment. And as Director Tanaka said, what shared goals do we have? It could be curbing the pandemic, a shared goal that we share with the North Koreans. It could be sports diplomacy. We have an opportunity coming up with the Tokyo Olympics. It could be technology, which is something that is so central to Kim Jong-un's campaign for loyalty. And so we must be prepared for that moment when North Korea is ready to emerge. We all have our wish lists for projects that we'd like to see developed as part of a peace economy. And beyond a resolution to the nuclear quagmire, my wish list prioritizes building basic infrastructure to ensure that more North Koreans have access to food, clean water, heat, electricity, safe housing, and medical care. You know, we may take these things for granted in South Korea today, but they are luxuries for many in North Korea. Each of us comes here today with such different sets of expertise, different experiences, different points of view, and we should use this time to compare notes, share ideas, and work collaboratively to come up with projects that benefit all stakeholders in the region, most importantly, of course, the North Koreans as well as the South Koreans. I think what I'm saying is, repeating what Ambassador Stevens says, is that I want to emphasize that we have to be patient, but we must also have a sense of urgency. So as we discuss and debate the path ahead and bringing all of our collective experiences to bear, I look forward to hearing all of your ideas and insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jin Lee. It's my first time actually to talk with you, but I hope that you have more times to talk about these issues. Thank you very much for joining us. 다음은 개막 세션의 그 마지막 순서.
Lastly, we would like to move on to our last speaker of this opening session, Lee Yong-shik, President of the Incheon Institute. Please give him a big round of applause.
예. 제가 11번.
Yes, I am the 11th speaker of this opening session. I don't know if I should call this a very good opportunity for me to be here offline in front of you in person, to have this opportunity to speak to you like this. I know that we are living in very challenging, very inconvenient times because of COVID-19, but as one of the co-organizers of this event, I have to say that I am really grateful to your presence here. As I mentioned, I am the 11th speaker of this opening session. And what I want to say is it can be summarized as this. Today, we are here under the theme of overcoming the barriers towards peace and prosperity. The significance and the meaning of this theme is found in a place no other than Incheon, because we are truly a city where we are seeing the desperate need to go towards peace and prosperity. Earlier on, we had the opportunity to speak from Lee In-young, Minister of Unification, and Kathleen Stevens, former ambassador. They talked about the significance of how this forum is being hosted here in Incheon. And the symbol of Incheon in the peace process and all of our efforts towards peace and prosperity. And these speakers have emphasized the importance of Incheon and the significance of Incheon in that regard. Incheon, as you know, is a border region. We have the Hangang Estuary, the Han River Estuary here in Incheon. We also have the 5 West Sea Islands here, a lot of the different conflicts. If you think about the different incidents, confrontations with the DPRK, they have largely been held here in Incheon, and that shows us how much the people of Incheon are desperate for peace. We really are a city that have a clear desperation for peace, and that is why we are also very committed to making use of this border region. We can see this as an asset to try to create and foster peace on the Korean Peninsula, to try to create a foundation for peace. Because we are so desperate for this peace, we are very committed to making use of our city, of our region, as an opportunity to try to foster more peace and efforts for peace on this Korean Peninsula and on this region. I would like to tell you a little bit more regarding that argument. I don't think I have enough time. In fact, I think we are a little bit behind schedule, but just briefly, Incheon is a place where we are truly desperate for peace. And so it is important, therefore, to try to create a foundation, a strong foundation for peace in Incheon, and have Incheon turned into an engine for prosperity and peace for the entirety of the Korean Peninsula. As this theme states, we have to overcome the barriers and go towards peace and prosperity. I think that the significance of Incheon as a border region can be twofold. In fact, there is a duplicity to the nature of Incheon's border region. So Incheon is, again, a place where we have seen a lot of wounds from the Korean War, the wounds of the division. A lot of wars and battles have been fought over Incheon, around the Han River estuary and the 5 West Sea Islands. But we want to overcome those past historical difficulties and try to create an opportunity to go towards peace and prosperity. In that regard, Incheon's border region can also serve as an impetus to make that happen. In that regard, I think that we can think about several opportunities, specific opportunities that we can look to turn Incheon as an asset, this border region as an asset to foster peace going forward. So first of all, we can try to restore and recover the historical and cultural homogeneity between the two Koreas with Incheon as the basis. When we can do that, then we can obviously contribute to reconciliation between the two Koreas. Secondly, we can make use of the ecological protected zones near Incheon, and this could be an eco-connected zone for the entire Korean peninsula. And this is also going to be very important for us to try to overcome the climate crisis and various environmental crises as well. And it will be a very important environmental and educational asset. Thirdly, we can use Incheon as a place to offer educational opportunities and allow people to experience peace. So this could be a stage for peace education, if you will. Lastly, we can make use of this border region, including Incheon, as a testbed for inter-Korean peace economy. If we can make use of the characteristics of the fact that this is a border region, we can transform Incheon and the border region into a space that is conducive for the peace economy. Again, I want to emphasize the fact that we can make use and we can leverage the space of Incheon, and we can leverage this border region to try to head towards peace and prosperity, that this could actually be an asset that could work in our favor. Of course, the Incheon Metropolitan City government is going to work very tirelessly towards that regard, and our Incheon Institute will also work hard alongside the city government to try to engage in more research and study. And we are working to try to develop actual specific concrete ideas to further this idea. For instance, our institute is the secretariat of the Yellow Sea Peace Forum. The Yellow Sea Peace Forum is an extension of the West Sea Peace Policy Forum, which was very successfully hosted from 2012 to 2014. And we wanted to build on the success of the West Sea Peace Policy Forum, which is why in May last year, in 2019, we renamed it Yellow Sea Peace Forum, and we relaunched this forum. And in fact, at the end of October, we also hosted an international symposium where we also discussed how Incheon can play a role towards facilitating peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. And we had the opportunity to invite many speakers and scholars to our international symposium. So we want to do more to contribute to the implementation and the establishment of different peace policies for the Korean Peninsula. We will continue to do our best in that regard. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President Yong-shik. So this concludes the opening session on overcoming the barriers towards peace and prosperity. We were able to reaffirm our commitment and make further efforts to achieve the goals. And I would like to take this moment to thank our speakers once again for their presentations and sharing their insights. And especially those of you who are joining online right now, despite time differences, Ms. Kathleen Stevens, Mr. Steve Kililea, and Mr. Asle Toya, and Mr. Tanaka Hitoshi, and Mr. Lee Xiangyang. Especially, my special thanks go to these speakers. Thank you very much, and this concludes the opening session. Thank you.
Online. I'd like to thank you very much for your presence. With that, we'd like to take a 10-minute break. It is 11:09. We will meet back here and start our special lecture session at 11:20. There are coffee and refreshments for you outside in the lobby. We will meet you back at 11:20. Enjoy your break.
네, 내외 귀빈 여러분, 잠시 안내 말씀.
Let me make a brief housekeeping announcement. It is now 11:17. We will begin our special lecture at 11:20 for the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. Let's ask you all to please come inside and take your seats.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention one more time? We are going to start the special lectures of the 2020 DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy starting at 11:10. So we have about 3 minutes left. So could you please come in and take your seats? Thank you. 네, 현재 11시 19분입니다. 1분 후에 저희가 특별 강연 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이제 들어오셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only 1 minute left. So could you please come in and take your seats? The special lecture series will begin in about just 1 minute. So please come in and please be seated. Thank you. 네, 현재 11시 21분입니다. 아직 밖에 계신 분들께서는 들어오셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may I have your attention one more time? We are going to start our special lectures immediately. So could you please come in and take your seats? Thank you. 네, 여러분 즐거운 휴식 시간 보내셨습니다.
I hope you enjoyed your break. We would like to now move on into the special lecture section of the DMZ International Forum on the Peace Economy. The special lectures will also be moderated by our organizer and host, KIEP, President Kim Hung-jong of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Please greet him with a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Hung-jong, the president of KIEP. We have just closed the opening ceremony, the opening session. We'll now move on into the special lecture sessions. For these special lectures, we do have the presence of two renowned speakers. Our first speaker is Mirko Titze, head of the Center for Evidence-Based Policy Advice at the Asle Institute for Economic Research. He's going to tell us a little bit about the achievements and the challenges, the 30th anniversary of the unification of Germany. We're going to see his pre-recorded speech and then have a live Q&A session.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to this impressive conference. It's a great opportunity to provide a summary on the achievements of East Germany in the last 30 years and prospects for future development. Allow me also to thank the wonderful collaboration between the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy and the Asle Institute for Economic Research since 2014. It would have been a pleasure to meet you in person at this conference. Unfortunately, the world has been dramatically affected by the corona pandemic. Let us hope that mankind is capable to manage this challenge as well as possible, and that we, as an enlightened society, can move a step forward to solve remaining issues of the 21st century successfully. My presentation today is dedicated to the 30th anniversary of German unification. I'm going to talk about the development path East Germany underwent during the last decades, its challenges for the future, and which lessons can be learned from the example of the German unification for economic integration processes in general. In the middle of 1989, a considerable number of citizens of the German Democratic Republic left the country and migrated to the Federal Republic of Germany. Together with the increasing disaffection with the contemporary political system, the GDR government decided to tear down the border controls and allow free movement within the two German states. It became obvious that the GDR would not longer exist in its current form. After free elections in the spring of 1990, a conservative-led government came into power and started unification negotiations with the government of the Federal Republic of Germany immediately. Unification was formally accomplished on the 3rd of October in 1990. This presentation starts by considering whether the case of East Germany can be regarded as a success story or not. It's widely acknowledged in the literature that living conditions in East Germany today are equivalent to those in West Germany. In particular, this holds true for liberty, including free movement of persons, goods and services, the production factors, etc. The education system, the system of social insurance, the provision of healthcare, culture, transport infrastructure, and the quality of housing, the variety of consumer goods and services, and environmental conditions. Even private firms increase their economic performance considerably. The East German economy is better integrated in global value chains than in 1990. It can now take advantage of the division of labor and specialization. Moreover, East German trade deficit decreased remarkably. Finally, the East German economy proved to be resilient against shocks, particularly during the great financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. Overall, the German unification process can be considered a success. Having said this, there are still some shortcomings in East Germany that have to be solved in the future. The most visible one is the overall economic performance in terms of productivity. So far, the East German economy was not capable to catch up fully to the West German productivity level. The figure on the slide shows the productivity gap between East and West Germany in terms of gross domestic product per worker and working hour. This differentiation makes sense as volume of work is significantly higher in East Germany. Both graphs represent East German productivity relative to the West German level. If we exclude Berlin, East German GDP per worker was at roughly 1/3 of the West German level in 1991. From 1991 to the mid of the 1990s, the East German economy grew very fast. However, the pace of convergence slowed down and is now progressing only incrementally. In 2019, the productivity gap amounted to about 20%. If we include Berlin to East Germany, the difference is slightly smaller. The productivity gap is then approximately 16% as of 2019. For various reasons, it might be suitable to exclude Berlin from the calculations, as it represents a special case as the capital of Germany, although it geographically belongs to East Germany. As mentioned before, the number of average working hours per week is higher in East Germany, which would reduce productivity figures. Using this productivity measure, East Germany's productivity is 77% of the West German level. To conclude, irrespective of the type of productivity measures used, there's evidence that the pace of convergence slowed down and the productivity gap between East and West Germany is still visible. The fast convergence process in the first half of the 1990s requires closer examination. During the period from 1989 to 1991, the East German economy suffered from a dramatic collapse. Hence, the East German catch-up process started at a very low initial level. The literature discusses the legacy of the centrally planned economy, the inappropriate exchange rate during the currency union, the strong wage increase after currency union, collapsed markets in Eastern European countries, and the privatization policy as the main reasons for this sharp economic decline in East Germany. Some of these are also recognized as factors slowing down development opportunities for East German firms in a globalized world. The centrally planned economy in the German Democratic Republic suffered from system-immanent inefficiencies, which eventually led to non-competitive production structures and an obsolete capital stock, not only in firms, but also in infrastructures. Against this backdrop, the German government came to the fundamental decision to provide considerable amounts of public funding for East Germany. This is also called the Aufbau Ost program. Another key decision was made with respect to the currency union to stop or at least slow down migration from East to West Germany. Both German governments decided to set up an exchange rate that was acceptable by the East German citizens. However, from an economic perspective, this exchange rate was counterproductive. De facto, the East German economy experienced an appreciation, reducing international competitiveness. Another factor preventing East German firms from gains in competitiveness was the inappropriate increase in wages, which then reached a level above productivity. Beyond competitive disadvantages, East German firms also suffered from the markets of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, the so-called Comecon markets, which collapsed overnight. Finally, the privatization and restructuring of the former state-owned enterprises did not always go smoothly, as existing value chains were not considered. And the restitution claims led to delays in restructuring processes. I would like to start with a deeper look into the phenomenon of the productivity gap. So far, the productivity gap has been described in rather general terms. We now examine whether this general finding of the productivity gap holds true if we analyze the data at a more disaggregated level. What happens if we compare certain types of East and West German regions? It is widely acknowledged in the literature that East Germany lacks large and very large firms, particularly those with headquarter functions. With this in mind, we can study whether the productivity gap is also visible in other firm size categories. If the general argument holds, we should not find any differences in terms of productivity between comparable small and medium-sized firms in East and West Germany. Additionally, can we actually attribute all remaining shortcomings in East Germany to the legacy of the centrally planned economy and the transition process? Or did some structural differences between East and West Germany arise before the centrally planned economy even began? If history matters, structural differences may persistent over long periods of time. Furthermore, we can disentangle the sources of productivity growth. Productivity has a price and a quantity component as well. Maybe the productivity gap is driven by a gap in output prices, where East and West German firms show disadvantages in gaining fair prices in global markets. Finally, I would like to talk about challenges for the endowment with high production factor qualities in the future, and which role economic policy can play to promote regional development processes in East Germany. The figure on this slide represents another description of the productivity gap in terms of GDP per worker between East and West Germany. In contrast to the more general comparison between East and West Germany as a whole, this graph uses another benchmark and differentiates between types of regions with similar settlement structures, namely urban and rural regions. As usual, the productivity level of urban and, respectively, rural West German regions represents 100. The classification scheme for urban and rural region relies on a definition provided by the German Spatial Planning Agency. Generally, independent large cities and urban districts form the group of urban counties, while rural districts with signs of agglomeration and sparsely populated areas belong to the group of rural counties. In 2000, the productivity level of East German urban regions relative to their West German counterparts amounted to about 78%, while East German rural regions achieved 80%. In 2016, the numbers are 83 for urban and 88 for rural regions. Given this, we can conclude that East German rural spaces converged faster and achieved a higher productivity level when compared with their West German counterparts. Obviously, the remaining productivity gap is driven, at least partly, by East German urban counties. However, we have to keep in mind at this point that spatial employment structures differ between East and West Germany. The share of workers employed in urban regions is about 75% in West Germany. The respective number for East Germany is around 50%. This figure considers differences in firm size between East and West Germany. The graph on the left-hand side shows that the share of workers in large firms, this includes firms above 250 employees, is indeed greater in West Germany. The graph at the right-hand side presents productivity figures in terms of gross value added per worker. It reveals the expected positive relation between firm size and productivity. This graph also differentiates between East and West German firms. Interestingly, it shows that the productivity gap is visible across all firm sizes. In other words, the lack of large firms in East Germany cannot fully explain the productivity gap at the aggregate level. Further estimations show that the productivity gap of East German firms of all sizes is at least 20%, even if one controls for structural differences. This includes industry classification, the structure of the labor force, and capital intensity. A recent study by Mertens and Müller investigates further possible sources of the productivity gap between East and West Germany. They place specific emphasis on the components of productivity. They decompose revenue productivity into a price and a quantity term. In so doing, they are capable to disentangle output prices from overall productivity. For their analysis, the authors exploit innovative granular product data for the German manufacturing sector provided by the research data centers of the statistical offices of the Federation and the federal states. The authors find that revenue productivity, wages, and output prices are all lower in East German firms compared to their West German counterparts. Their analysis shows that the productivity gap is neither driven by horizontal specialization. This means that East German firms do not produce different products, nor by the extended workbench hypothesis. This means East German firms are not located at a different position in the value chain, or driven by vertical specialization, and this means East German firms do not produce cheaper varieties of the same product. They conclude that the productivity gap is driven by lower physical productivity, when producing the same product for the same price segment. With the next part of my presentation, I highlight differences between East and West Germany that occurred before the period of the centrally planned economy began. If path dependencies exist and if they are persistent over a long period of time, effects of the communist era might be over or underestimated. The first group of differences considers differences before World War II. Historical statistics reveal that the East German economy was different in many economic characteristics. In particular, it had a higher share of working class and manufacturing employment and a lower share of self-employed workers. Historical sectoral differences should be analyzed in more detail as they represent sources for long-lasting industrial traditions. This table shows net value added in the manufacturing sector in 1936 in the pre-war German states. The last two columns assign these historical regions to the current territorial status in Germany and its neighboring regions. This table reveals that only 5 German states, respectively provinces, contribute to 50% of net value added produced in the manufacturing sector. 3 out of these 5 regions, Saxony, Berlin, and the Prussian province of Saxony, are located in East Germany. The industry structure in the Rhine province and the province of Westphalia was strongly based on natural resources, namely coal. In the mining sector, these regions reached the top position in the ranking of all German regions. In contrast to these 2 West German regions, the state of Saxony and Berlin faced a lack of natural resources. 1/3 of the net value added in the German textile industry was produced in the state of Saxony. In this sector, Saxony was the most important production location in Germany. In addition, the state was the largest producer of textile machinery equipment and, along with Berlin and Württemberg, one of the most important production locations for manufacturing machinery. Berlin was a center for electrical engineering industry. Berlin accounted for more than half of net value added in Germany in this sector. After the Rhine province, the province of Saxony was the second most important production location in Germany for the chemical industries. These examples make clear that East Germany, from a historical perspective, was an important production location in these industries. In the middle of the 20th century, manufacturing of machinery, electrical apparatus, and the chemical industry belonged to the group of knowledge-intensive industries. Differences are also visible regarding political preferences, with higher voter shares for left-wing parties in East Germany. Regarding culture, East Germany had higher Protestant shares and lower church attendance, and gender roles with higher female labor participation and extramarital birth ratios in East Germany. Although some of these characteristics might be correlated, these examples illustrate that differences between East and West Germany had already existed before the era of the centrally planned economy. Further, both parts of the country were affected differently by war damages. These were lower in East Germany, and the occupation forces. The latter issue is primarily linked to the reparation payments, which were mainly paid by East Germany, and East Germany's capital stock, which was dismantled by the Soviet Union. Finally, it's worth mentioning that migration from East to West Germany before the Berlin Wall was highly selective in the sense that the group of movers was mainly composed of highly qualified young workers, which had serious consequences for the endowment with human capital in East Germany. Given this, we can conclude that initial conditions for East and West German reconstruction were quite different. The cession of East German territories as a consequence of World War II and the division of the country into 2 parts led to a breakup of production networks. The East German capital stock was more affected by Soviet dismantling than war damages. Due to disrupted networks, the government of the GDR decided to establish production locations in the steel, energy, and shipbuilding industries that would not have been made under market conditions. Finally, East Germany lost a considerable amount of well-educated people prior to the construction of the Berlin Wall. The latter point is of crucial importance as it represents an important input factor for future economic development. In the following section, I would like to place more emphasis on this issue. With a current population of about 83 million, Germany has more people than ever before. This development is mainly driven by migration. The number of inhabitants directly influences the labor force available and thus the ability to produce goods and services. Despite the overall increase in the population of Germany, regional differences are increasing too. Demographic development is emerging as a central challenge for East Germany. The population loss did not begin with the German unification in 1990, but already started with the division of Germany after the end of World War II. As mentioned before, about 2 million people, mainly young and well-educated, had left the GDR prior to the construction of the wall in 1961. The population then remained largely constant until the end of the GDR, while the Federal Republic of Germany experienced an enormous increase in population due to migration from the GDR and Southern Europe. The next shock for East Germany came with a massive wave of outmigration and the abrupt drop in the birth rate in the aftermath of the unification, and with the serious economic shocks in East Germany. What does this mean for the future development of East Germany? In this complex situation, education and training are of particular importance. From an individual perspective, this is a decisive prerequisite for a successful professional career. From a macroeconomic perspective, well-educated workers represent an advantage in location conditions for entrepreneurial activities. Against this backdrop, I would like to discuss a figure. It represents the share of school dropouts without any degree. This graph reveals remarkable differences across German counties, with the German average representing the benchmark. Particularly, counties in East Germany show values above average. This finding is very worrying because it severely limits the economic development opportunities for the future. Finally, I would like to discuss which role economic policy can play in further catching up East Germany. Indeed, there's a number of different state aid programs, all aiming at improving development opportunities of assisted regions. Among the group of different programs, there's one with an explicit regional focus, providing investment grants to firms and municipalities in structural weak regions for modernizing private capital to stock and business-related infrastructures. The overarching objective of this program is to create and safeguard jobs and increase income. Although this program is applied nationwide, East Germany represents the most important benefactor of this program. This figure shows the program budget over time on the left-hand graph and its regional allocation in East Germany on the right-hand graph. The overall budget for private investment grants amounted to about 50 billion euros in the period from 1991 to 2017. These grants supported approximately 100,000 investment projects amounted to approximately 260 billion euros. During the last years, the budget declined considerably. The annual expenditures are approximately 1 billion euros. During the entire period, grants in an amount of 40 billion euros were approved to about 80,000 investment projects in East Germany, including Berlin, amounting to about 200 billion euros. The advantage in funding opportunities for East Germany has declined but still exists. In East Germany, particularly highly industrialized production sites, mainly located in rural areas, have benefited from above-average funding. This is mirrored in the large amount of subsidies for the Anhalt-Bitterfeld and the Saale-Kreis counties in Saxony-Anhalt and the Teltow-Fläming and Oberspreewald-Lausitz counties in the state of Brandenburg, for example. Using such amount of money raises the question whether these funds work or not. A recent evaluation study by Brachat and co-authors analyzed the causal effects of regional policy on labor market outcomes and competitiveness at the firm level. They find a clearly positive effect of this instrument on the growth of employment in the treated establishments. The positive effect on employment is visible but slightly decreasing over a period of 5 years after the end of the project. Positive moderate effects of the program on the growth of wages are detectable for longer periods. This means more than 4 years after the end of the project. The program has no effect on employment structures, and this includes the shares of high-skilled and low-skilled workers. Regarding competitiveness, the evaluation shows a positive effect of the program on the growth of revenue for manufacturing firms, but no effect on the growth of productivity and export intensity. The evaluation study concludes that regional policy in Germany achieved its goals, namely the creation and safeguard of jobs. However, as the main shortcoming in East Germany is a productivity gap, the goals of regional policy should be reframed. In the future, the program should address productivity without losing sight of the employment objective. Which conclusions can be drawn from the development of East Germany after unification, and which lessons are generalizable for economic integration processes in general? First, Germany as a whole and East Germany in particular have achieved a lot in the last 30 years since reunification. The main shortcoming in East Germany is the productivity gap relative to West Germany. This gap is bigger for East German cities when compared with their West German counterparts. Rural areas in East Germany converged faster to rural areas in the western part of the country. A common explanation for the productivity gap in the literature is the lack of large and very large enterprises, particularly those with headquarter functions in East Germany. Although there is a lot of evidence for the idea that these types of firms are underrepresented in East Germany, this argument is only one part of the story. The productivity gap is visible over all firm size classes. Recent research provided some in-depth analysis of the productivity gap by decomposing revenue productivity into a price and a quantity term. It is shown that the productivity gap is driven by lower physical productivity when producing the same price segments of their West German counterparts. A recent trend in the literature emphasizes historical differences between East and West Germany as possible drivers for the economic development of East Germany after unification. This applies to economic, political, cultural, and general differences before World War II. Differences due to war damages and occupation forces, and finally differences as a result of selective outmigration from East to West Germany for the Berlin Wall. Depending on the direction of the influence, these differences might lead to an upward or downward bias of the effects of the exposure to a centrally planned economy. These persistent differences may result in longer convergence processes of East Germany than originally expected. A crucial challenge for the future economic development of the East German economy is demography. Population projections suggest that East Germany as a whole will lose considerable parts of its inhabitants. However, East Germany will not be affected equally by the population decline. Large cities are attractive, particularly for young and well-educated people, which leads to an increase in the number of inhabitants in these regions. On the other hand, this is connected to a greater loss of population in rural regions. Against its backdrop, it is all the more important that remaining population is well educated. Unfortunately, it is particularly the East German regions that are characterized by high dropout rates from school. Doubtless, the reduction of the rate of dropouts represents an important field for economic policy. However, the effects of this policy will be visible only in the very long run. In the short and the medium run, economic policy should enable structural change towards a competitive firm landscape. Here, Germany has an effective instrument for regional policy, providing grants for the modernization of the capital stock in private firms and business-related infrastructures in structural weak regions. The program is effective in terms of safeguarding and creating jobs, but shows no effect with respect to productivity growth, as the productivity gap represents the major shortcoming in the East German economy. This program should be reweighted in the future and should reweight its targets and focus on the improvement of firm competitiveness in the future without losing the sight of the employment target. At the end of the presentation, I would like to draw your attention to two recent publications by the Halle Institute for Economic Research. On the right-hand side, you can find a comprehensive overview on the achievements of East Germany 30 years after the fall of the wall. On the left-hand side, you see a monograph including new ideas on the development process after 30 years of unification. This monograph is dedicated to Gerhard Heimpold, who acted as coordinator for all collaboration activities between KIEP and the Halle Institute, and who entered into retirement this year. Let me now thank you for your attention. I look forward to lively and fruitful discussions.
네, 고맙습니다. 네,
Thank you very much. Dr. Titzel?
Of the KIEP, and then thanks very much for joining us through the online. And your presentation is very, very interesting. And so, and then you're talking about the productivity gap between after the 30 years of the German unification, but it can be easily applied to not only for the German unification, Korean possible unification, but also regional gap within the South Korea. And then very impressive there. You are just not only focusing on the job, but also the productivity in regional basis. I have some questions from the online participants, but many of them has already been answered through your presentation. And so I'd like to raise some other questions from your presentation. First thing is that the last part of your presentation, on the conclusion part, you're talking about the East German areas now will face the demographic challenges. Okay, and so your policy recommendation is something like the education to retain the human capital endowment. But if you think of the cases of the other countries like the Ireland, just education is not enough. If you just invest more education in the younger people, but if there is no opportunities for the creating job in that region, then there are a huge amount of the brain drain from the areas of the backward region to the prosperous areas. So just focusing on the education in new land, neue Landes, in German areas, just could accelerate the migration from the east to the west, especially for the high skilled. What is your opinion for that?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to meet you virtually at this conference. Thanks for this very good question. And indeed, this is an issue, but let us start with the fact that this migration did not stop, but it is now balanced. So we do not have more movers from East to West Germany. So this process came to an end. So the number of movers from West to East Germany is almost equal to the numbers of movers from East to West Germany. So what was happened in particular is that in the first years after unification, in particular, young and well-educated women left East Germany due to better employment opportunities in the western part of the country. And this amplified the demographic issue in East Germany. So as you might imagine, due to uncertainties and so forth, birth rates in East Germany collapsed after unification. And if now, in particular, well-educated young women left the country, then this amplifies demographic issues. So you might, there might be a question what policy can do in this circumstances and these situations. And there is, or there might be the question whether policy can stop these migration flows. And to be honest, this is not possible at all. So these migration flows are driven by agglomeration forces, and we can put a lot of money to try to stop those flows. But at the end of the day, it probably will not stop. Yeah? So what we can do is to set conditions to allow a smooth structural change. Yeah? So these demographic issues are a specific sort of or specific problem of a general structural change that occurs. And what policy can do is to set a framework that allows a smooth structural change.
Yeah, thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 다음.
Yes, thank you very much.
이미 나왔던 질문인데.
This question has already been asked, but I would like to ask this question to you. Right now in Korea, the ROK and the DPRK are not just divided in terms of our physicalities, our economies, and our politics, but even emotionally, there's been a lot of division between the two Koreas. I wanted to know what the situation was like in Japan before and after the unification in 1990. What was the situation like in Germany in terms of the emotional atmosphere? Was it easy for the two Germanys to unite, emotionally speaking?
Let me start with my own history. I was born in East Germany, so my parents too. And as far as I know from my parents, they were allowed to visit their relatives in West Germany. So in the 1950s, so this was after German division, but before the Berlin Wall, they were allowed to visit their relatives in Hamburg and Bavaria. And this stopped with the construction of the Berlin Wall in 1961. All these movements between East and West Germany came to an end, but family relationships did not break up. Yeah? So they still exist, and even with the process that was initiated by the West German Chancellor Willy Brandt in the early 1970s, a lot of negotiations started and allowing East Germans to visit their West German relatives and vice versa. So to be honest, there was still a complex application process for East Germans to get visa and passport, but it was possible in general. Yeah, so there was never a break up emotionally. Yeah? So having said this, there is still some issue that has gained some attraction in recent research, and this is linked to that East Germans are underrepresented in central functions, meaning that many important manager positions in important companies are held by West Germans. The same holds true for important positions in the justice system, in the army, in police forces, in ministries at the federal or federal state level. So having said this, the case of our Chancellor Angela Merkel, who was born in Hamburg but grew up in East Germany, is a remarkable exception. Yeah? So this is an issue that obviously East Germans are underrepresented in these central functions. And an interesting side story might be, professional football in the first German soccer league, as you probably know, football is very important for Germans. And there is East German football teams are underrepresented in the first and second division in Germany. So the case of the team in Leipzig that is well known now because it's very successful and it takes place in the Champions League and other international contests is the very exception. So, and honestly speaking, this is not a real East German team as it is sponsored by an Austrian businessman who owns the Red Bull company, so producing soft drinks and etc. So this is one point that is discussed in the recent literature, and I guess it can produce or can generate some interesting findings on what East Germans emotionally think today, 30 years after unification, whether they can contribute to all-day life, to be represented in central positions in the German government and so forth.
Okay, thank you. The last question is about the so-called unification cost, revisit of the unification cost. It dates back about the early 1990s that so many prestigious economists estimate the unification cost of Germany. And then maybe it occurred to me something like the cases of the Hans Bernardin or George Akerlof, American economist, who calculate the unification cost and also how to unite not only the two Germanys, but also other Central European countries. And then thinking of the unification cost, the estimated unification cost, and then the real unification cost after since the early 1990s. What do you think about the estimated statistics and then outcomes and the real statistics differ?
Yeah. Oh, that's a very good question. To be honest, I don't know any study that tries to assess this difference between estimated and actual cost of unification. So what I think is that there was a lot of uncertainty regarding the real economic conditions in East Germany in the end of the 1980s, and which made it nearly impossible to have a clear picture on the current situation in East Germany. And what I can say is that the actual cost was really underestimated when we start unification process, which is also linked to the hard collapse even after the German unification in 1990 and 1991. So there was a dramatic collapse immediately after unification, which led to high unemployment rates and a sharp decline in production figures. And I guess this was not estimated by West German policymakers. So when the former Chancellor Helmut Kohl started negotiations with the East German government about unification, so he always talked about flowering landscapes. Yeah, so if he set up market conditions in East Germany and allow market powers to work, then everything will be fine. Unfortunately, there was a lot of transition. It was a hard shock in East Germany, and it took a lot of time to renew East German economy. And as I mentioned in my presentation, there is still a gap in terms of productivity that amounts to approximately 20 percentage points. And this convergence process slowed down. And it's an interesting topic for research, what explains this remaining productivity gap. So, to be honest, unfortunately, I do not have a current number that it explains the difference between estimated and actual cost. So what I can say, or what I argue, is that it was truly underestimated.
Right. Thank you very much for your very excellent presentation and also the answers. I really hope that we have more opportunities to talk about this issue, not only this issue, but also other many issues about the economic areas. Thank you very much for joining us today. 감사합니다.
Thanks a lot for the invitation.
첫 번째
That was our first special lecture. Next, we'd like to move on to our second special lecture, which is going to be given by Chung Se-hyun, the Executive Vice Chairperson of the National Unification Advisory Council. We would also like to join him online.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I am Chung Se-hyun. The topic that I want to address today is none other than the new incoming U.S. government's East Asia policy and the Korean Peninsula peace process. Well, there hasn't been a change of hands in the U.S. government, and to think about or to make predictions as to what their East Asian policy will look like, that's not an easy thing to do. But if you look at the current situations in Korea, especially the Korean government, it has the mission of achieving the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, or initiating the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. And in order to do this, there has to be cooperation from the new U.S. government. That's absolutely critical. That is why we're trying to use different scenarios to make predictions as to forecast what the new government's direction would look like in the U.S. and how we can lead the process for the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. That is what I would like to do today throughout my presentation. First of all, looking at the Biden government's East Asia policy, the gist of the policy is probably going to be the same in the way it will try to contain and check China compared to the Trump administration. Especially democracy is emphasized significantly by the Biden government. Underneath that, it seems that there's a concept that China is an advocate of communism, that is the opposite of democracy. Of course, democracy is a good term, good vocabulary, but when it comes to Sino-U.S. relations, if you emphasize too much the importance of democracy, then China is actually on the opposite end of the spectrum and being a communist country. So it is a bad country. So the U.S. might try to demonize China in that direction. That may be the gist of the East Asian policy. Of course, this tug of war between the United States and China, if that takes place somewhere far from the Korean Peninsula, we will just have to wait and see what happens. But it is different for Korea because we're geographically sandwiched between the two great powers of the United States and China. Of course, the U.S. is located far away from us in the Pacifics. But after the Second World War, they have established their interests on the Korean Peninsula. They have stationed their troops here on the Korean Peninsula, and also within the framework of the ROK-U.S. alliance, the relations between the United States and Korea have now evolved into the Value Alliance. So within that framework, we're tasked with the responsibility to explore our relations with China. And the most worrisome of all is the United States is taking its own initiative. The so-called Indo-Pacific strategy, that is actually the U.S.-led encirclement strategy of China, and the United States is demanding that Korea take a part in that initiative. So under the new administration, whoever becomes a Secretary of State or Defense, that's because of the reality that the United States faces in terms of international politics. Now, the United States began to contain China starting from the Obama administration. Back then, the Obama administration announced the Asia rebalancing policy. This rebalancing policy towards Asia is about checking China because it is growing so fast economically and its military capabilities are increasing at the same time. And if it is just left unaddressed by the United States, well, what happened after the Second World War in East Asia, Northeast Asia, and the West Pacific? The U.S. has been successful in establishing a transcendent hegemony, and it is going to crumble, or there's going to be a dent to that power. And this became an issue for the Obama administration. So back in about 2015, they announced the so-called Asia rebalancing strategy. So balancing, by definition, it means striking a balance between two different things. But from the position, from the point of the United States, the U.S. believes that there has to be a certain gap with China. Then that's a position of balance because the U.S. believes that it is far greater than China, especially in terms of the national strength. And of course, there are cultural differences between the two countries, and there is that difference. But as China grew very rapidly in economic terms and using that as a power to increase its military strength, the United States felt that it was being grabbed by its collar by China. So it started to suppress China. But unfortunately, the United States, the economy was not growing so fast. It's already come of age. For example, you become a teenager, and then once you become an adult, 20, 25 years of age, you stop growing. But it's different for teenagers. They grow bigger every day. China is just like a teenager in puberty that's growing in terms of its economy every single day. But this is different for the United States because it's already become an economic power a long time ago. It's now a military power. And it is now in a situation where it cannot just increase its defense spending. There's a simple reason for that. It is because other than weapons export, for example, trading or exporting other products or commodities, it's no longer giving them a lot of profits. That era ended back in the 1980s. Of course, the American products some time ago used to be very popular among Korean consumers, but there's really not much demand for American products in our country anymore because our products have become very competitive. And this, of course, there were Japanese products that used to be actually more popular than Americans, but because we have strong local products, we no longer need these products from the United States. So from the mid-1980s, U.S. no longer made a lot of profit from their trade. So they were not able to increase their budget size for defense. And in that process, the most noticeable phenomenon is that it is unable to increase defense spending, not only the general budget, but the budget spending. So it just had to manage its already existing military power. But the U.S. is keeping its troops not only for its own sake. Trump even said that it would have to, for example, send its troops to other countries, for example, in Germany, to Korea, as well as in Japan. And out of 190 countries or so in the world, there are, for example, American troops positioned in various places, and over 160 countries actually accommodate American forces there. So the fact that the U.S. is having this military intervention in over 160 countries means that this military alliance that is reached bilaterally could increase its political leverage. It becomes a nutrient for maintaining and preserving its political power. It is because there's that alliance structure. So to maintain that, the U.S. would have to be intervening in European affairs, the Middle East, and it is actually doesn't have the luxury to look at itself in terms of what is happening in its own mainland. It was, for example, in the Central Latin America, East Asia as well, and the U.S. had no idea that China was going to catch up so fast. So rather than focusing on what was happening here, it was just focused on what was happening in Europe and the Middle East. But all of a sudden, it just realized that China has come of age, and it's trying to threaten the U.S. position in the global market. And if China goes unchecked, becomes an actual threat, then it could actually threaten the U.S. position in the market in the West Pacific. And they didn't want to share that with China. And that realization actually came about in the 2010, middle of 2010. So again, the U.S. economy has been growing at a very low rate, and China, of course, is not growing at a very rapid pace anymore, but at least on an annual compounded basis, its CAGR is about 7 to 8%. So it is going to catch up with the U.S. Well, that's what the U.S. believes will happen. There's that uncertainty. So from the Obama administration, the rebalancing Asia strategy was announced, and the Trump administration came up with what is called the Indo-Pacific strategy. The Indo-Pacific strategy is about setting its sphere of influence and putting all of the U.S.-friendly countries in a queue, making them line up, and to create an anti-Chinese unified front. And Japan was the first country that was picked by the United States, of course, because Japan is a very chummy country when it comes to its relations with the U.S. Japan can do that precisely because the Japanese economy is not really reliant on China, not like the Korea. So was very close to the United States, and for example, even if there's a retaliation coming from China as a result, the Japanese economy will not be very much affected, and this is different for us. And so Japan was there for the Indo-Pacific strategy. Australia also joined, and also India reaffirmed its commitment. So the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, we call it Quad or Quad plus Alpha, and the U.S. Wants Korea to join in, for example, putting pressure on China. Rather than having India as a partner for cooperation, it would be actually better for the United States to have Korea as a partner for cooperation. More ROI involved because, geographically speaking, we're very close to Beijing, which is the political center of China, and also very close to Shanghai, which is an economic hub of China. So if Korea is in the picture, in terms of geography as well as military, it will give them a lot of advantage rather than having Japan at the front. So there were North Korea nuclear issues under the Trump administration. There was a lot of cooperation between the Korean government and the U.S. government, and they were able to bring Kim Jong-un come to the table, and they had a Singapore summit. But at every opportunity, the U.S. has been saying that Korea should join the Quad plus Alpha. But with the new incoming administration, I think the pressure strategy is going to become more explicit. The Trump's containment of China, not only the Indo-Pacific strategy, it has actually been harassing China a lot, bullying China a lot with the trade issues. Case in example is Huawei. There are many companies that are related to Huawei, not only in the United States, but also in Europe as well as in Korea. So just to put pressure on China and to put sanctions on a company like Huawei, the repercussions are not just going to be limited to China, but they're going to have repercussions across the world, including Korea, the United States, Europe, and Japan. So there are limitations. That is why the United States cannot really increase its pressure on China through that instrument. But Trump was doing all he could to actually slow the catch up by China. Because China, if they're making a lot of money in other markets, and they would invest that money in their militaries. And so what the United States wanted to do was to actually prevent China from making a lot of money in the United States. That is why they came up with the tariff barriers. But anyway, Biden is going to go in that direction as well, but he's emphasizing a lot the importance of democracy. So there's a possibility that the relations may end up being an ideological controversy. And if that happens, just like during the Cold War between the United States and USSR, there was that war between democratic values and communist values with the two great powers, the USSR and the United States. Then we had the USSR-US Cold War, which ended in the 1980s, which began from the 1950s. The Cold War means that there's no hot war. For example, there's no bomb going off, or, for example, jet fighters in the air. It is about psychological warfare or indirect pressure being applied. So that's creating a very cold atmosphere, and competition continues. That is what Cold War means. That's a dictionary definition. But back then, the biggest issue was the confrontation between democracy and communism. So the United States said, if you advocate democracy, you work with us, and don't go to the other camp, which is communism. But USSR was doing exactly the same, that democracy was a scam. Socialism is the only regime that can make everyone happy. So they were trying to increase their power by having other people on board. So there was that confrontation between two different ideologies. But after the end of the Cold War, there was no longer the concept of having the ideological war between democracy and communism anymore. But anyway, in the past, its biggest enemy to the United States was Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union had to give up at the end of the 1980s. It surrendered because its population is only about 150 million, but the land is very vast with a lot of resources. But there's really not many people living there, and the land is too vast, so there's really a lack of efficient management. There was a shortcoming on the part of the USSR, and the Soviet Union was involved in that tug of war with the United States, but it just ended up developing its military-led economy, but not the people economy or the national economy. So the economy didn't grow because there was a lack of investment, so it led to imbalances in terms of resource allocation, so USSR had to surrender in the end. But in the 1980s, China was not in the picture at all. It was a socialist country. It was very poor, very populous, large land, so people thought that there would be internal disputes, strife, and the country will never be united as one. It would never be able to, for example, restore the honor of the former Chinese empires. For example, the one that we saw in the Ming or the Qing dynasty. So China was overlooked. But starting from the early 1980s, its economy started to grow very fast. In the 1990s and 2000, it was competing neck and neck. And the Obama administration came up with the Asia rebalancing strategy, and Trump released the Indo-Pacific strategy. And as a result, so what will happen to the Biden administration? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but it will probably go in the direction to strengthen the Quad Plus structure, the main purpose of which is to contain China. So the United States East Asia policy is focusing on the Chinese economy. The direction is very defined. And to maintain the position, it is going to involve a lot of countries, like-minded countries that are sharing democratic values. And they're going to try to involve South Korea along the way, that we should move beyond military alliance but value alliance. But this is going to be very difficult for us because China means a lot to us, especially in terms of economy. What happened at during the THAAD deployment to Seongju region? It led to severe anti-Korean sentiment back then. Tourists stopped coming from China. It left a serious impact on the Korean economy. Now, this encirclement strategy called Quad Plus Alpha, if Korea finds itself a part of that policy, because of the U.S.-Korea alliance, China is going to do something about it. A few days ago, the Chinese foreign minister was here, and he said a very meaningful thing, that there's not only the United States in the world, there's also China. So you have to know who to partner with. So if you only partner with the United States, we're going to do something about it. So that's what it meant. So I looked at this, and I saw how this person with a just smile on his face was throwing a dagger at us. There was a very strong message underneath.
So if we tie that in with the Korean Peninsula peace process, this means that we will have many challenges in front of us. The Korean Peninsula peace process really implies that we have to have a stabilization of inter-Korean relations so that we can resolve the nuclearization issue in the Korean Peninsula, to try to ease tensions on the peninsula so that the people of Korea will have to live without the fear of war. However, when we talk about process, obviously that means there will be steps in this process. So we have to take a phased approach in a process that is inherent when we talk about process. And when we promote a Korean Peninsula peace process, we have to get the cooperation of China, which is very geographically close. And we also have to get the cooperation of the United States, which is strategically very close to Korea. Without China and the U.S. support, then honestly speaking, the Korean Peninsula peace process will not work. President Moon Jae-in and the aides at the Blue House and the diplomatic foreign affairs envoys and ministers are probably working very hard at this issue right now. But to be truly frank, many people have worked towards the reconciliation of to the two Koreas, and if we want to even have a very small peace, then we have to be very careful about participating very explicitly in the Quad Plus dialogue, because that will entail very severe economic repercussions from the Chinese side. For a very long time, the U.S. and China have been very difficult situations for the ROK. And going forward, we have to continue to engage in that level of very precarious diplomacy. I don't know if the equidistant diplomacy is going to be the right word for this, but at some points, we have to be closer to the U.S., we have to be closer to China on some sides. We cannot continue to stay exactly in the middle and have that last for a very long time. Even cows, they're not the smartest of animals, but they know how to survive. They can just go to the fields of grass, open fields of grass, to chew on the grass there. But if we can consider, if you imagine there's a village and there's an embankment or a ditch, embankment on one side of the ditch would have very plentiful grass, very delicious, very sweet grass. And the cow would know that. Sometimes the cow would go to one side of the ditch and eat that grass, and then sometimes it would go to the other side of the ditch and enjoy the grass on the other side, because That's how he knows he can survive and become fatter and healthier. That's the kind of diplomatic tactic that we need to learn from the cows. So we should be careful about explicitly participating in the diplomatic pressures of one country on another, but we have to be very careful and very precarious, and perhaps maybe even take the route of being sincere and upfront with China. Because if we were to side with the U.S., then obviously it will come at an economic cost from Chinese side. But we still have to maintain our course alliance. So we have to be very careful. We might not be able to be as explicit as Japan, but we have to tell that, and we have to persuade the U.S., and we have to persuade China. We have to tell China that, we have to engage in relations with you for the sake of our economy. But as you know, we have had a long-standing security alliance with the U.S., and we'd like to ask you for your understanding in that regard. We may seem like we're going back and forth, but that doesn't mean that it should come at the expense of our own bilateral relations. But this is something that we have no choice but to do for our own survival. Within that framework, we, two Koreas, in an effort to try to shield ourselves from a maximum pressure from these great major powers, is for the two Koreas to get closer together. If we are separated, if we are working independently, then we're weak. However, if we unite and combine as one, then we can form a coalition against the U.S., sometimes against China, and that could bring about at least a small peace on the Korean Peninsula. So that's at least what we should try to pursue for the time being.
이제 주어진 시간이 거의 다 돼가기 때문에 제가 이제 다시 한번 전체적으로.
I'm almost running out of time, so I would like to summarize and conclude my remarks. The U.S. East Asia policy, even under the incoming Biden administration, will continue to have maximum pressure on China, maybe even more so than under the Trump administration. And that is what we're going to expect to see going forward. However, for those nominees to his cabinet that we've seen right now, if we consider their perspectives on China and the DPRK, I have to say they're not exactly very favorable. There are still people on the team who think that the DPRK is a hooligan, that it is a tyrant, that traditional perspective of demonizing the DPRK might come back under this Biden administration. And also for China, many people on the Biden team are stressing the fact that China is a very undemocratic regime, so they will continue to maybe put very much pressure on China as well. And when the U.S. places pressure on China, then China will obviously do something as well. Because China is not the poor country that it was 50, 60 years ago. Even U.S. economists, it's now 2020 right now, but maybe towards the end of 2030, that even before 2040, the total GDP of China will either be equal to the U.S. or even exceed that of the U.S. And when that happens, what are we going to see? Because when a country becomes rich, then they will start investing in the military, and the army will be very much expanded. This is what the U.S. is fearful of, that if China invests in its military strength and capabilities, then that might be enough to be equal to or dwarf the U.S. military presence in Asia. And so the U.S. recognizes this, and U.S. knows that it cannot be alone in pressuring China because, as I mentioned before, the U.S. is not exactly very wealthy right now at the moment. So it has to work together with India, with Australia, and with all of these different strategic partners, and Japan. I don't know about India, but Japan and Australia, they are very rich nations, and the U.S. wants to leverage the wealth of these other strategic partners to try to combine that all together and pressure China. So that is the calculation behind such initiatives like Quad. And so the U.S. knows that it cannot do this on its own, so it's going to form a scrum and a coalition of sorts to try to overtake China. And I think that's the strategy that we're going to see from the U.S. in the future. And they're going to do this under the guise of building and strengthening their alliance. But the alliance is really code for asking their allies to pay up. And because the U.S. knows that they have to exert pressure on China, and China is not a democratic country, the U.S. is trying to persuade many of its allies that you should not try to engage with China, even economically, because that is not going to be helpful for the common good. And so they talk about alliance, but it really means that they want to leverage the combined capital and wealth of all of these allies. And being an alliance means you should not go to the other side. For the ROK to try to withstand to this kind of pressure, it should work together with the DPRK to shield the pressure from China, to shield the pressure from the U.S. to some extent. And that is what the ROK needs to do in the future. Unfortunately, that time frame for this kind of diplomatic tactic is going to be rather long, I fear. This is why I would think that the next presidency for the ROK should be someone with a very keen diplomatic instinct. I think that when we talk about diplomacy, I know that the diplomats here would not be very happy to hear this, but I don't think that the ROK is extremely capable when it comes to diplomatic affairs, because diplomacy is all about maximizing your own national interests. No, the U.S. national interests can never be in complete alignment with the ROK national interests. The U.S. would never try to secure Korean interests before its own. It's the same with China. I understand that ROK is stuck in the middle, but it has to be really clear about its concept of putting its own national interests first, and sometimes cooperate with the U.S. when necessary, but also sometimes cooperate with China when necessary, and be very skillful and tactical in dealing with diplomacy. Because that is what we have to do so that our people will not feel security threats and do not have to live in severe economic deprivation. And that's what we have to do right now. And of course, the DPRK also has to come to a realization. Because right now, the DPRK insists that it wants to fix the situation with the U.S. first and then move on to the ROK, but this is a miscalculation. This is a wrong tactic. If the DPRK continues to pursue this route, then it's never going to work. It has to move away from the framework of U.S. first, ROK later. It has to go the route of ROK first, U.S. later. If the DPRK does that, then it would be able to find a way of survival. South Korea should help and assist DPRK, especially because their economic situation is very difficult. Right now, our GDP is about 31,000. Their DPRK is about 1,800. We have about total GDP of 1.5 trillion. That's about 45 billion for the DPRK. That's a difference of about 35 times or 36 times. So economically speaking, DPRK has no choice but to rely on us for economic assistance, and we must help them. Because, I mean, I know that many people are angry with the DPRK, and the DPRK is angry at us. but you never bite the hand that feeds you. If we feed DPRK, they will never bite our hands. Of course, many people would argue against this logic. Why should we try to continue to give to a country that insists on beefing up its nuclear arsenal? But according to the DPRK, the nuclear capabilities are a way of deterrence. It's not a way of threatening the South Korea. Under DPRK's insistence, they don't know when they're going to be attacked or they're going to be threatened by other major powers. So they're beefing up their nuclear capabilities in an effort to deter any war and to defend themselves in case of an emergency. Basically, they want some muscles. They want to have beefy muscles, big, strong muscles, and that means no thug will come and even think about fighting you or taking you on with a fight. No, why would they have a missile distance range of about 13,000 kilometers? Because that's definitely not meant for us here on the ROK side. And the DPRK knows better than to shoot a missile at us because they know that that is going to have mutually assured destruction. Which is why I think that we have to think very constructively about giving aid to the DPRK. We have to provide relief to them, especially because they're going through such challenging times. And when we do that, then the DPRK will be open to working with us. At least they will not use their nuclear capabilities to try to threaten us. As I mentioned before, we have in ROK, we have about 1.5 trillion won in our reserves that obviously we are not going to spend all that on the DPRK. And if we were to convert that to US dollars, that's about 1 billion US dollars, 1 billion US, or 1.5 billion US dollars. Our defense budget is about $53 billion a year, and about 1/4 of that accounts for U.S. military purchases. That's about 13 billion US dollars. And so, when I say there's this 1 billion or 1 billion or 1.5 billion that we can give to the DPRK, that would be something that's feasible. And it's not something that we're going to be giving in cash, but perhaps something in the form of other kind of support. Because right now we're seeing, even in Korea, under COVID-19, we have all these small businesses that are suffering, and all these childcare benefits that are being provided. So people have this idea that for military spending, it doesn't matter how much we spend because that's investing in our defense. But what about if we can spend money prudently so that we don't have to spend so much in military defense? Because that's similarly the logic that we apply to providing Social Security relief to low-income households and to children when we provide daycare support to children, and the government funds that with public funding. If we can try to bring in the best teachers to teach our young kids and care for their young kids, then there will be no problems. But right now in Korea, we've seen many instances where we've seen child abuse and harassment of young kids in daycare because we're not willing to pay enough to get the best teachers. I have grandchildren myself, so I've been watching the terrible news with a sinking feeling in my heart. But if we were to be able to pay teachers a great wage, then they would come to provide these daycare services. And so we won't have any of these problems in the first place. That's the outlook that we have to use. in looking at the DPRK. So even with a lot less money that we use in peacekeeping, we can spend in peacemaking so that we don't have to have all of these excess spending on military expenditures and instead try to protect our peace in a different way. Well, that is what we should be the basis of when we try to develop our U.S.-Korea and China-Korea relations. I know I've been all over the place, but with that, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
네, 정세현 수석부장.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jung Se-hyun, Executive Vice Chairperson. This concludes our second special lecture of the day. I'd like to thank all the participants for their time. Thank you.
네, 네, 오늘 정말
Thank you very much. Especially President Kim Hung-jung of KIEP. Your insight has made this program all the more enriched. Thanks to your insight, thank you very much. And also a big thanks to our speakers. Thank you. Due to COVID-19, we understand that there are various difficulties out there, but there are online and offline participants joining this forum despite such hardships. So thank you very much for your time. And this concludes our special lecture sessions. I have to make another announcement. In the premium ballroom 1-2 in the C hall, there will be lunch served. So those of you who are here as offline participants, please move to the next room and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much, and we will see you soon after the lunch break.